The representative of women on decision table ranges between 2 to 4%, which remain a very challenging stuff, and there was really going on there. We rounded up the We rounded up the program yesterday, giving room for the youths. That is the plenary session 3, and the maritime students. And there was serious engagement with them, because every business that you actually carried out without bringing the young folks, inclusive of faith, it will definitely die a natural death. So we spoke about the transition entirely, how they can integrate them into the system and make them to be part of some of the activities that is actually going on, most especially in the maritime sector. And we crowned it up with a dinner last night, which I won't want to share the testimony. Individual of you, if this is a church service, and I've invited you to come and share testimony only on the dinner, I'm sure I will have more than 40 people lined up to share testimony of their experience. It was a wow. And everybody actually showed the other side of it to say, conference is not about technical session. It's about socializing. It's about networking and about bridging the gap. And that was it for yesterday. And we are here today to continue on day 2. And I'm sure we'll have the best, of it for today. Let me just roll out the activities of today. We will be having the plenary. Thank you very much, my moderator, for this session. And I will call the panelists in no particular order, inviting them to have their seats while we commence. We have the principal consultant, FTA Professional Services, our own Dr. Titilayo for work on MNI, as he joins us as part of the panelists. Please, a round of applause for her. We also have the Managing Director, Damen Shipyard, Cape Town Limited, our own Emonine Emmanuel. Please, a round of applause for her. A great time all the way from South Africa. Let me also, at this point in time, invite to join them on the podium the University called away from London. Bring this person up so that he's he for she. And who has also worked tirelessly for this conference, Ayodeji Oyinloye. Please, a round of applause for him as he takes the center stage. The Executive Director, Governance and Sustainability.
Added to my name.
Maybe it's prophetic.
It's prophetic. I should be considering that. I agree. Okay, so thank you for that. I think in terms of infrastructure, like the previous speaker had rightly said, there's a lot of focus on ports, right? Because it's visible, it's physical, and it's generally more bankable because it's a tangible asset that all can see, right? However, there's a lot more that is required to support the port infrastructure and the general ecosystem, because at the end of the day, it's not just about building physical infrastructure. You need an entire ecosystem to really drive the kind of progress and the capitalization of that sector, right? So there's a number of things that are still missing or are insufficient. When you consider, for instance, things like data, oceanic data, data gathering infrastructure, marine surveillance infrastructure. Those things are still grossly inadequate, right? And what that does is it increases the perceived risk profile of getting into that business. Because, I mean, investors, financiers, they would rather deal with at least a known risk that can be mitigated or managed somehow than total uncertainty. And that's where one of the burdens lies, right? What are we doing to actively and intentionally invest in that to drive the growth of that sort of infrastructure, right? When you talk of innovation hubs, they become quite popular in this part of the world, right? It's coming up, to drive innovation. But how much of that is dedicated to the blue economy, right? In terms of education, let's go to our tertiary institutions. What has been done in the last, say, 10, 20 years, or even less, to radically adapt the curriculum, right? All of those things, but we're leaving a lot of money on the table because we're not making it a cohesive and integrated approach to the blue economy development.
Okay. Would you say things like road networks, rail, and all those things?
Land to sea, exactly, the land to sea logistics needs to be complete as well, right? Unfortunately, our port facilities, our trade routes and all that were originally designed for inter-Africa trade, not intra-Africa.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I'll just take it from the last two speakers. We are so focused on the port, and that is not unusual because of the nature of the port. So if that is where we're starting our focus on, the modernization of the existing ports would help. Investing in new ports is not something that you can just say it's easy to do. But if we have the ports that are existing, having that level of modernization, I always try to take a cue from the Lekki Deep Sea Port and compare that to Apapa Port. And we can see the difference. What Lekki Deep Sea Port is able to turn around within the space of 24 hours, we know how long it would take Apapa Port to turn it around. And that is because of some level of modernization that have been put into that port. The big part of it is the port, rail, road logistics, because if you have the goods coming in through the ports and it's a bit difficult, putting them through to the land, it becomes another challenge. And we know what we went through on the Apapa road, taking, for instance, Nigeria example, and in some other countries will likely have a similar thing, where it's a bit difficult. Once the goods are cleared, it takes time for you to get it into the interland. And digitalization. We need to think about digitalizing our port systems. And this is going to give us actually high economic return. While the first two I mentioned is going to give us very high return because there are things on ground that we can actually relate with. I'll take out an inland waterway that is working. So I believe that if we prioritize this and also focus on green energy investment as we go along, because the things are moving now to net zero, then we would be doing well to the maritime industry. Thank you.
So I just want to ask a follow-on question from one of the things you said. You said we can see the difference between Lekki Port and Apapa Port. Yes, we've seen that the turnover time for goods in Lekki Port is faster. What would you say is responsible for that?
Okay, fortunately, this time last year, while I was at the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, I had to do a research on the free trade zones and to see what is making them perform on it. And I happened to visit the Lekki Deep Sea Port. The level of technology, the level of governance, and the automation of the processes, the guiding of the entry and exit of the trucks, they really made it easier. And you can actually trace each of those containers, you don't need to start going through manual process right on the system. You know where your container is located and when you can come to take it. So you don't just come in and overload and congest the port. So they brought that in and they tried to fashion that after some deep sea ports. I think they looked at the Singapore deep sea port to take that model. And I believe that that has also helped their efficiency in terms of what they put in there.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So I move back to, let's not isolate the man on the panel. I move to Deji. How should African maritime nations position themselves in response to the IMO 2050 decarbonization targets?
Okay, all right, thank you. Good morning, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. All right, to answer the question, I think it's very important how we move out of, before now, we have a lot of countries that have been acting in silos. We need to have harmonized coordination. We need to make sure that as much as possible, we have a lot of pilot projects going on and coordinated approach. So, we live in a world now where we want to do more with less. And then as much as possible, we are surrounded, even though we don't want to acknowledge it, but a lot is going on the background that demands us to pay attention to decarbonization. So when I say that, I mean all around us. I work more on management systems as well too. And in all of the management systems now require that you have to be able to factor in climate change and how it affects all the organizations. And same thing with the NCCC. If you have more than 50 people in your organization, you've got to be able to know how you want to tackle climate change as well too as an organization. So a lot is going on in that space. And when we bring it home in terms of Africa, how do we drive it home? We need to work together. Whatever is working in your country, we need to have a coordinated approach to be able to know how we can take this further, how we can work more on what is working. Pilot phases, pilot projects, capacity building. It's actually very important as well too. We have a lot of African seafarers that, with the way the world is evolving, new technology, the current situation we are in, but it's very important that we know what's common but different responsibilities.
When you say the current situation, are you talking about the war? What's the current situation?
So common but different responsibilities in the sense that, we know that in terms of when we talk about net zero, the baseline where we're all starting from as a country, it's not the same. And we cannot give the,
On the one hand, there is a technical measure that tries to gradually reduce emissions, but on the other hand, there is an economic measure. Now, this drives home to actually answering the question, because to effectively decarbonize, the most important thing is to reduce greenhouse gases. And on a ship, because international shipping is IMO, and IMO is International Maritime Organization, their jurisdiction is international ships. For them, the focus is on the ships. And as those of you that drive know, you're beginning to see electric cars. These are similar to trucks. So Africa doesn't really own, or maybe those Africans that own do not fly African flags, African country flags, out there in the thousands of ships that we have. So from an African perspective, we don't have ships. However, we have been asked to join forces to decarbonize ships. Now, the critical thing, because I get a lot of people that I support in this work saying, we don't have ships, why are we even getting involved in this conversation? Well, about 90% of Africa's trading is seaborne. And I know I'm talking to people that are knowledgeable in that space. And this is where the connection to developing an African strategy to decarbonizing effectively comes to bear. Because whilst we don't have ships, we rely on ships that other people have invested money in building and operating. So from that premise, just starting from that premise, we need to recognize the fact that to decarbonize shipping and how we need to position ourselves is actually to gather enough information that tells us what is at stake when we decarbonize. That's on the one hand. And this comes to what you shared the other time about data. This is something that I have been thinking about in my work because as a researcher, those countries, they have ports. That is necessary for you to trade. And so when we think about that third point, this is one of the most critical elements to why port investment, port infrastructure development is absolutely critical. Because if you imagine today we have ships that are running on, heavy fuels, heavy oils. Now, when these heavy fuel oil ships come to Africa, I think we're still fine. However, when we start talking about green hydrogen vessels, green ammonia vessels, we rely on ships. And on the land side, we need to think about the ports. How ready are our ports? Very important. Because when we gather all this information in Africa, in the world, there are 44. And the least developed you are, the least you are able to engage with something that is this big. And so for us, we need to look at two things in the actual policy architecture. There are two. One is, how do we redistribute the revenue that is generated? This 10 to 13 billion. We need to bring our voices to the table. And
Thank you very much. So we'll just go on to Hemoin to give us a vessel perspective on that.
Thank you. Yes, I have an opinion about that, and thank you. I'll just jump on the answers that my previous two panelists gave. I'd say the real risk isn't the 2050 target. The risk is an transition agenda that was written without African operators in the room, that could end up penalizing the continent for a problem that it did not create. I'm happy to hear, as a shipbuilder, that there is a, 10 billion fund that they've ferry that.
Regulatory support.
Support.
Yes.
Okay. So financial support. So the existing financial, I would say climate finance that is available out there today without even waiting for these funds to be generated. Because bear in mind, whilst 13 billion US dollars per annum sounds very juicy and eye-watering, I want us to reality check this. I like practical things. I started my career as an engineer, so I like practical things. Let's say the net zero framework goes into operation and enters into force today. You do realize that the 13 billion would not be available today. However, the impact is happening. And so one of the research we're doing currently is understanding when will that fund be unlocked by looking at existing funding mechanisms in the climate finance world, like GCF, loss and damage, etc., to know when will we be able to access this money after it's generated. But from a financial support, so I said that to foundation the fact that we might not be able to access that money by month 6 or year 1. We don't know yet. And this is part of the architecture we're trying to support the African countries to negotiate. But now, and for every country that is represented here, that is an African country, in the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and some of them are actually connected to the Office of the President. And this brings a lot of challenge when the Ministry of Transport or the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy options. Number 2, I will say this quickly under the financial support. A recent study that we've done suggests that food insecurity is a potential impact of decarbonization. Decarbonizing shipping, especially because Africa relies heavily on importing food. And it's not only food that we eat, it's also food implements, so equipment, fertilizer, etc. So all those things is how do we make ourselves ready? And finally, I think I'll wrap this up at the pure economic space. We have engineers, etc., because you're looking at ship redesign. We're talking about efficiency of ships. We're talking about carbon intensity indicator, people that understand chemistry, industrial chemistry. And that is one of the things that drove me to even start the Partner Initiative, because it's a Pan-African group of researchers and bringing everybody that can contribute to this. Because the policy architecture is not about law. No. It is about ship design, translating ships into ships that can receive new fuels. It's about developing new fuels and so on and so forth. But it now needs to be put into a policy framework. And that is why the legal minds are important. And so from a technical perspective, we need a multidisciplinary approach where the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy attracts people from every sector, including the Ministry of Energy. They need to cooperate. Now, I'll stop at that because we just need cooperation. So we need support. Finally, regulatory, absolutely critical. From a regulatory perspective, I think we need to build, and we need to build on the knowledge of people, for example, that understand MARPOL, SOLAS, people that also understand the UNFCCC system, because all these things are kind of regulatory bodies. And to bring their knowledge into how do we, for example, negotiate from an African perspective with power, using the evidence they have, using precedents, because that's what you do in law, using precedents, using all this understanding to drive the change and decarbonize the way it works for Africa.
Okay. But wouldn't you say that the Blue Economy Policy has done some work with that? Because you can see that there's a lot of integration of different MDAs and different bodies from different sectors, engineers, different people across the spectrum have been included in the policy. Would you say that's a step forward for us?
100%. That is, but that's the Blue Economy strategy.
Okay.
I think it was in the panel yesterday, and I think you spoke to it as well. The whole decarbonization cannot be decoupled. We must not enter the energy transition conversation by decoupling ministries or sectors. Because what happens in the space of shipping connects to trade. So if trading is impacted, the GDP of the country is impacted. And then you begin to think about what is happening in Ministry of Finance. You have the energy sector that is responsible for power. Am I correct? And that power, if I take just an example, the ports. For ports to effectively engage in this energy transition, ports need, number one, especially in Africa, to be efficient. But why I'm bringing energy into it is, what is the efficiency? Apart from operational efficiency, we also need to be energy efficient. You said something the other time about they expect us to do more with less. That is where the world is going. You have technology. Now we have Ministry of Digitalization and Infrastructure. Almost every arm of government is involved in this. Why? Because energy drives everything. Tell me how you felt when this place just went dark and we're just having a conference.
You had to go there.
I am sorry. I couldn't resist it. So in all, and I said I was going to talk about the AFCFTA, And thank you for highlighting, the inter and the intra. I find it quite interesting that in a continent of 54, 55 nations, primarily all black nations, and with 1.5 plus billion people, 600 million of those people do not have access to electricity. And yet, from an energy perspective, Africa actually, from a research perspective, Africa has 60% of the global solar irradiance. That means in the entire world, this is where solar energy, solar power needs to be operating at scale. And do you know what 60% of irradiance means in actual tangible megawatts or gigawatts? It's 480 plus thousand. Our production in Africa today, the whole Africa, is 240 gigawatts. So we have a lot to do. But in terms of the AFCFTA, honestly, I pray, because it's turned to prayer now, I pray that we all get behind this agenda. Because when Africa begins to trade amongst itself, we almost do not need the rest of the world, even though we do. But the prosperity of Africa depends on our trading amongst ourselves.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olute. So we are going to swiftly move to Deji. Which alternative fuels are most practical and commercially viable for African shipping over the next 5 to 10 years? Because we've heard about many conversations, we've heard about the fact that, lots of times ship owners say it's a commercial issue. And you find that you hear them saying, if you go to certain ports, how are you going to, fill that vessel if people don't have the capacity and, the ability? So I would like to ask, what is cost effective for us? What's the most practical and commercially viable alternative fuel for African shipping?
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. I'll come back to the question, but I just quickly want to touch on what Dr. Dolapo said earlier on the GCF. And just to add, I knew somebody who used to work in that GCF and was talking about Nigerian problem at that time. He said there was a certain amount of funds that was released for Nigeria at that particular point in time. But because of the way we do things in Nigeria, we couldn't meet the checklist that was demanded for that particular fund. And that money was just there for those number of years. So again, this speaks to system, because most of the time, the challenge we have is we do not really rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. And most especially in Africa, the challenge has always been system. We do not have that structured, coordinated plan for us to have a sustained progress at doing things. We are always looking for the shortcuts, not the sustained success. So that's just to speak to that. And then coming back to the viable alternative for Nigeria, I was actually part of the team that worked for the National Action Plan strategy for low emission development for Nigeria. And then at that, there were different scenarios that were developed, but I think the most viable one was using gas as an alternative. Is a transition fuel, is not the ultimate one that we're going to use, but when we look at the trilemma, you want to make sure that the energy is affordable, you want to make sure it's available. You want to make sure that it's affordable, is available, the reliability and the sustainability of that. And when we look at what we have, gas is what we have. We're not saying it's a means to an end. It's not the ultimate end in itself. And then we can now start looking at we have the likes of hydrogen, we have the likes of ammonia as well too. And again, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that how this fuel actually being produced actually goes a long way. Because we can say, for example now, for gray ammonia now, we can actually have that on the vessel, and it's zero, almost close to zero emission in terms of the combustion that takes place on the vessel. But how it's being produced, a lot of emission actually goes into place. And that's the reason why now a lot of people are saying before you can hide under scope 3. It's not my duty, it's not my responsibility. And now we are now beginning to look at the entire value chain. We want to make sure that you do not hide under the scope 3. And again, this comes to the shipping industry as well too. You have the well to wake, in that similar pattern, and then you have the well to tank, tank to wake, and then you now have the well to wake, which is the entire process, and it covers how you're sourcing the fuel, how you are transporting the fuel, how you're bunkering the fuel. So you want to make sure that the source, it's something that you want to remove. We are talking about emission reduction. So how it's being sourced, how it's being transported, everything is being factored in. So to answer the question, in the short run, we are definitely looking at gas as our transition fuel. Why in another 5 to 10 years, we can look at biomass, and then we can look at how all of this, we want to make sure that it's zero emission, to make sure that, and again, you talked about, because there is, one of the challenges we have in Africa is that we need this port to be able to be a bunker hub for this evolving alternative fuel. So if, a new vessel comes in and there's no hydrogen, there's no methanol, there's no of this alternative fuel, then it's a challenge. So that's one of the things we need to consider. We want to make sure that the port is readily available. And then again, we look at Africa now, OPS, on board, where you can come in, plug your system, just like she mentioned, electric vehicle, you can come into the port and you want to, OPS, and then, but we can't do this. We are not really at that level yet. So, to wrap it up, we have to look at the commercial viability of all this alternative fuel. How readily is it available in Nigeria, in Africa, in Ghana, in South Africa? When we look at hydrogen, we look at ammonia, do we really have it? And that speaks to the sustainability part of it. Do we really have it in commercial quantity? Is it readily available? So these are the challenge. And that's the reason why, like she mentioned, you have the short, medium, and the long term. So, and like I did mention.
So I think Deji has said quite a lot on it. And I think for me, the primary thing, we have to consider economic realities with our decarbonization aspirations in this part of the world. And like he said, gas, a transition fuel, and probably one of the most viable when you consider it. Then there's also the biofuels, right, which you can blend with your marine gas oil or your hyper fuel oil, right? It's easily accessible in terms of supply. You don't have to do much with the vessel to retrofit, to be able to accommodate, such fuels, right? So it makes it easier. Now with gas, it's good, but you would find that it's most viable with gas-producing countries, right? Because you also need the requirement of having like your cryogenic facilities at the port to be able to keep it at that low temperature, to keep it liquid, because it's mostly LNG that is best for that. So to keep it at that liquid temperature, you must have those facilities at your ports, right? The ammonia, methanol, those things are actually also, well, I'd say long-term, right? Even though I know that parts of like South Africa, Egypt, Namibia, Mauritania receiving some funding to develop that, but it's mostly for Europe. They want to develop it to import or export out of Africa to Europe. Now the question is, on the continent, do we have the vessels, right, that can accommodate such fuels? And some of those chemicals, so some of those things like the ammonia, the methanol, some of them are highly toxic. And so you need specialized facilities on your vessels and at your ports to be able to handle such chemicals. So when you consider the amount of capital that will go into it, then you have to be realistic and say, you know what, let's have sort of like an integrated approach, right? And it's phased so that we start with one, and then as we're building capacity, we can transition to the others.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we'll just go quickly to Hermione on this same question, but I have a question that's come to mind from your conversations. So I hear gas, gas, gas. if gas is what we're doing, how will the other vessels, will they still be able to call at our ports during that transition? But I mean, you can take the initial question alongside this.
Yeah, so in the topic of, let's say in the decarbonization space, there are many topics. So we speak of port efficiency and port readiness. We speak of alternative fuels on vessels. We speak of alternative propulsion and the like. We speak of green shipbuilding, digitalization. So there's a lot of topics on that falls within decarbonization, and they are all interlinked. Before I answer directly that question, I also would just like to add that with these alternative fuels that we've mentioned now, there's also the aspect of the crews on board that also now need specialized training on how to handle these new fuels that are being stored on board, because it's different. And I've heard conversations from seafarers, very risk averse, especially to ammonia, very risk. We've built hydrogen powered ships, but if the port isn't ready to receive, it's a challenge. Let me give you a very practical example. We have built for our own port authority, we have built a 19-meter workboat, diesel propelled, and we have built that exact same model of that vessel. We call it a multicat. It's like a little vessel that does your up and downs in the port, not exactly a tug, but it only operates during the day. And we have built an electric version of that vessel elsewhere, and it's operating elsewhere in Europe. And we offered that to our port authority to say that we can build you the exact same vessel, does the exact same thing, but electrically propelled. Now, yesterday we spoke a lot about policy, and South Africa, just like Nigeria, we are fabulous when it comes to policy writing. But then, of course, there's the process, and the implementation. So it almost felt like from the private sector side, there is this readiness, and there's this research and development and innovation within, let's say from my background, within shipbuilding. But then there needs to be readiness on the other side, on the client side, on the government side. And so when we offered that zero emission version of this vessel, the port wasn't ready. And we argued the fact that given the operational profile of this vessel, you could very easily just shore power it overnight, because it doesn't operate. It only operates during the day. But it also meant that the specification would have had to change. And then that bureaucracy would have taken another 2 years before that tender gets issued again. And from a commercial side, that's not viable. We've built the world's first electric tug about 3 years ago already, and it's operating in the port of Auckland. So port readiness within the African continent is critical.
This brings us to the end of our session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kashimana, for that particular days. On behalf of the President, I feel we can do better for this wonderful plenary session. Ably anchored by Kashimana. Thank you very much. And I believe we've been able to tap one or two things from them. For this session, we have a small presentation that will actually be given to them. And permit me to invite revered past president of WISTA, our own Dr. Mrs. Jane Anishara SAN, to assist in presentation of plaques to the panelist for this session. Please, a round of applause for her as she mounts the podium in presenting to them. That's 6. Okay. Well done. Just come. That's it, so you need to come up. Open it and bring it closer to me. So the first presentation, we go to prophetic Dr. Ejiro Gray. I think you take that as a takeaway from here. Prophetic doctor. Because we gave her the doctor. Yeah, I call her a doctor, and she said, well, this is a title we are giving to her. And Kashivana assisted me in echoing it. So it's a prophecy, maybe after today. So it's next. Who's next? Let me have it one after the other. So just bring
Right.
them out before I even get
WISTA Nigeria presents this to you, Ejiro Gray, in appreciation of your valuable contribution as our speaker. Thank you.
The next presentation goes to Deji Oyenloye, the E for she.
With a doctor.
Prophetic.
WISTA Nigeria presents this to Mr. Yodeji Oyenloye, the technical expert he is, in appreciation of your valuable contribution as one of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation goes to Dr. Dolapo Oluteye. Please a round of applause for her.
And that's the real doctor here. Not prophetic. And so to Dr. Dolapo Oluteye, the senior researcher, WISTA Nigeria presents this to you for your valuable contribution as one of our speakers. Thank you.
The next presentation goes to Omna Emmanuel.
She's also a beautiful dancer. I have met you before. Yes, indeed. Once again, the name resonates. She's a friend of WISTA Nigeria, a great lady indeed, who taught us some time past why we should pay our taxes. Why? And yesterday we talked about policy that has commercial incentives. No tax. No tax preferably, or less tax. That's the kind of policy we want. And she's talking about tax benefits. I missed your session, but thank you once again. Thank you for being our friend. Thank you for your valuable contribution as one of our beautiful speakers.
And the last but not the least is the moderator of this session, Kashimana Zumba.
Indeed. This beautiful lady is going to get married in the next 1 week or two. And I don't know how the president got her to attend this conference when she should be preparing for the beautiful day, to which I got an invitation. Congratulations in advance. Double congratulations for being our friend, for moderating this session beautifully. Kashmana Sumba, whose name will soon change. Thank you.
May I, at this juncture, invite the president of WISTA to join our SAN as we have a group photograph with the panelists. Please, you can step forward for a group photograph. And if you don't mind, you can just display your plugs so that everybody see that. Yeah. After this, you permit me, before I go to the next session, to do presentation to the plenary session 1 presenters yesterday. The plugs were really not on ground as of yesterday, and I feel we need to honor them publicly, just like we did for others. So please, a round of applause for the. Okay, she wants to say something. My president.
MC Easy, my diamond, the senior advocate of Nigeria, most respected, has asked me to say something. So on that note, I'm going to have to say something. So on behalf of every one of us, starting with all the WISTA members from the African countries, to WISTA Nigeria, to our diamonds, and all esteemed stakeholders here, I want to appreciate you all for your time. And sorry that we kept you dancing yesterday, Dr. Dollar. I'm also as tired. And Emon complained. My voice is almost gone. We danced till like, I don't know, into the night. Yes, we were dancing here yesterday. So a lot of us were tired. But I'm glad you still were able to do justice to the topic. To my dear sister, Dr. Fawokon, thank you. She's an MNI. And you met her before. She came to talk to us about taxation. She's very well-rounded. When she was in Kuru, our research topic was on the blue economy. That was why I felt she could be on this panel, and she has given a good account of herself as someone who is doing research, just like Dr. Dollar is doing. I also listened to you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Deji. What people don't know about Deji is Deji is in the technical committee that put this together. So can we give a clap? A round of applause for him. Yes. And by the way, we have not given them a dime, so don't start thinking after all now for their money, then they work. We have not given them a dime. We have not even given them a thank you recharge card for all the calls they've been making. So thank you, everyone. And to our moderator, Kashimama, am I right? Is that the name? Thank you very much. We appreciate you. God bless you all. Thank you. And congratulations on your wedding.
So thank you very much. Please, you can step down. A round of applause for them as they take their seats. Just like I said yesterday, my president, Dr. Ani, will assist in making presentation to the following people who actually So to join my president in making this presentation, they are men who believe so much in women, and they always provide the support. And I think part of the things we're doing is to make sure that our women have the best. I have Captain Ogunshakin all the way from Warri to make sure that they make it down this morning. As soon as Captain is done with his phone call, he will join my president on the high table in making this presentation. Please, a round of applause for him as he steps up to join my president in making the presentation to them. So, please help us beg these people so that Dolapo will not have another word on me again. Dr. Dolapo, you are the one behind this light. Dr. Dolapo, I will see you after the service. Even if you have sinned, just forgive us all our sins. So the first presentation will be going to Tumi Onomade. I don't know if she's there. She's not. Then Dollar P, please assist in collecting on behalf. I know we do that. And my SAN is there. Those are things that we do when we play golf on behalf. So please, you assist me. Dolly P, please assist in collecting on behalf.
I consider this a privilege. In appreciation of your valuable contribution as a speaker at the 8th WISTA Africa Regional Conference, I hereby present this award to you as a honor. Please, the name, to Tumi Onomade, you are welcome. Yes, yes. Okay, she is collecting, what's your name?
I'm
Dollar is collecting it on behalf of Tumi Onamade.
Please, the next presentation goes to the moderator for yesterday. Join me as I welcome Claire Ofodili to collect her plaque.
Okay, on behalf of, in appreciation of Claire Ufodele service as a moderator at the 8th WISTA African Regional Conference, I hereby present this honorable award to you. Thank you very much for everything you did.
Bring it, let me just do it on temporary. And let me also appreciate the speaker for the plenary one yesterday, the former DG NIMASA, our own Dr. Dakuku Peterside, and somebody has actually been asked to collect on behalf of Dr. Dakuku Peterside. Please, a round of applause to also encourage him. If please, can we have someone collect on behalf
Shuku,
of...
come in. Come on, collect it for him.
Okay. So please come up and collect on behalf of Dr. Dakuku Peterside. Madam Belekis, please, I need your attention here.
It's one of it, because I know it's your brother. Yes. Okay. Engineer Shuku Imami, you are collecting this thing on behalf of Dr. Dakuku Peterside, the former DG NIMASA, in appreciation of his distinguished contribution as keynote speaker presenter at the 8th WISTA Africa Regional Conference. A round of applause for Dakuku Peter. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Even though I've been informed that my big mommy has collected her own, even if it is to collect the handshake from Captain, she did excellently well yesterday. Don't worry, she collected it and told me she will collect. But don't worry, mommy, you come up. She was part of the panelists. Join me as I welcome Dr. Jane Anishere, SAN. Even if it is the captain's handshake, you'll get something out.
Yes. Mommy, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, the award is not there.
Okay, just give me one. Just give me one.
Yes.
So you may not read.
Yes, yes, I can understand. Yeah.
So let me give one for the president of...
Dr. Jean Anishere, you are endowed. The Digital Mother said yesterday, there's a blessing in working with women. I think I'm having more blessing working with WISTA. So on behalf of WISTA 8th edition, this honorable award is awarded to Madam Anishere. Thank you very much and congratulations Round of applause to Madam Anichere. Yes.
Thank you very much. The last but not the least, let me welcome the President, Unilag Maritime Forum, as he collects his award. Please, a round of applause for him as his
Friends, hip for Dare. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, you finished? All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please, a round of applause for our captain and our president for their support in making those presentations. So, like I said in the morning, for those of you that are just joining us, there's going to be a tour to the jetty and board ferry of the APM terminal at Apapa Port. Also, we'll be visiting the Navy warship. So please, we want every one of us to try as much as possible to participate in this. After the whole thing, I'm being notified that the one for Nehru will communicate that to you later. So we're going to the last plenary session for this conference, and it's of great privilege to be talking to the panelists. So we are talking on maritime law, seafarers' rights, and future crew management in Africa. I'm sure the tea break is actually being served. Okay, so that makes it much more better than what we had yesterday, so that we can flow with the speed of time. So, and we have our moderator who will be moderating this session, and she's no other person than the managing solicitor, Treason Law Chambers, for Luke Akimolado Esquire. Please a round of applause for her as she takes. She will be moderating this session, and the panelists that we have, permit me in no particular order to welcome our own Director General of the Nigeria Chambers of Shipping, Mrs. Vivian Chimeze Azubike. Please a round of applause for her too as she takes her seat. And the next on the list, permit me to welcome the WISTA German Vice President, the Chair of the WISTA International Diversity Committee, Stroke Operation Manager of TB Marine, Suzanne Kolibeli. Please a round of applause for her too as she takes her seat. And the last but not the least on this particular panel session is the Senior Legal Officer 1 of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Joy Dimka. Please a round of applause for her too as she joins the panel session. We also have an engineer who also will be joining them at this session. She's the founder of WISTA Cameroon, engineer Mrs. Mabu Moto Linda. Please a round of applause for her as she takes. She's not available. Okay, I learned she will be excused for this. So you have two panelists to work with. I think that gives you ample time for them to explore deeper the topic of discuss. I give you the next 40 minutes to do justice to this session. Thank you.
We're having less by 10 minutes.
Because I have less panelists.
Okay. Good afternoon, or rather good morning. We're still in the morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call on the third panelist, Dr. Patricia Ani, to kindly join us.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I hope I can go ahead.
Proceed. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for joining us this afternoon. Just by way of introduction, again, I'm Fuluke Akimoladu. I'm a lawyer, accountant, and dispute resolution specialist. And I would quickly, in 1 minute, give an introduction of each speaker so that we'll understand the context within which they're going to be speaking from. And I'll start with our very own DG of Chamber of Shipping, and currently serves as the operations manager of TB Marine Ship Management in Hamburg, Germany. She is the vice president of WISTA Germany and the co-chair of the WISTA International Diversity Committee. Then, Madam Joy Dimka, who we thought would join us, is not here, so I'll just quickly introduce Dr. Patricia Ani, who is a medical doctor and the MD and CEO of Hoover's Place Eye Center. She's a retired eye surgeon, but not tired, and an envoy of the Century 21 Freedom Group. Please let's have a round of applause for this stellar panel. Now I'm going to first and foremost say, for the speakers, please not more than 5 minutes. Our time has been shortened for any response. But I'm going to start with a quick question for each and every one of us. So once each panel speaks, the next one can just take it on. And the first question is, in one sentence, what do you think is the single most urgent issue that must be addressed to secure the future of African seafarers? Every panelist.
Okay, good morning.
One sentence.
One sentence. The future
of African seafarers.
One sentence will be the retraining. But before I go into that, let me just first of all do the, give an appreciation for the opportunity to speak on this panel, and to once again thank the committee and everyone for being here. The room is again full, and of course we thank everyone for having the opportunity to be here. So thank you very much. One sentence for the future of seafarers in Africa is the opportunity for seafarers to be trained, for funding, and also for us to review our Maritime Education Training Institute curriculum.
Thank you for keeping it to one sentence. It was a long sentence, but it was one sentence. Thank you. So let's move on to Suzanne.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. Thank you for having me in Nigeria and welcoming me in such a wonderful way, first and foremost. To put it in one sentence, I would say, from my perspective, that the mandatory sea training time, which seafarers need, and then also the respective COC, the certificate of...
It's important for the seafarers to also understand that the international, the Maritime Labour Convention, as amended, has incorporated the human element for seafarers. And that is that it's important that you recognize that seafarers are humans. They have mental health issues that should be incorporated in the SOPs of organizations. It's important that seafarers are identified as a critical element of the value chain. Seafarers have the right to shore leave, and that seafarers also have the right to repatriation policies that would, that are favorable. So it's no longer acceptable for seafarers to be abandoned, So whilst they're looking at these, it's also important for them to understand that the International Labour Organization has accepted this and has reviewed it, and it's something that they are considering incorporating, in the policy. So the ship owners, the role that they should play is ensuring that they offer opportunities for the seafarers to be trained. And they can't achieve that alone. They have to work closely with the maritime administrations. They have to work closely with the classification societies. It's also important for them to understand that while we are looking at new technologies, these new technologies cannot be powered, they cannot be driven without the human elements, which are the seafarers. I see you want to stop me.
Yes, I do. Thank you. We know that from the statistics, during the close down of the Strait of Hormuz, thousands of seafarers were stuck on sea without the ability to either communicate with family or even know how long they will be stuck there. So that takes me to my follow-on question. What responsibility should industry stakeholders bear in funding, retraining, and upscaling, especially in the light of this policy for decarbonization?
Yeah, I think it's really the business of all the stakeholders. From the international maritime organizations, you have the World Maritime Universities, you have the funding institutions. They all should be involved in the development of seafarers. And why I say that is because it's also important that the stakeholders recognize that irrespective of technology, artificial intelligence, there are people behind it. That's the truth. We think that these are the data you impute in these systems are done by humans. They are not developed from the skies. So we have people behind. It's just that it's an easier way and it's faster. So when you put it, there's a process that makes it way easier. So I think that all stakeholders should be involved. And that stems from the international players, the local players, and also the organizations where the seafarers find themselves.
Thank you very much. So we've heard that stakeholders need to all get involved. And considering the future of seafaring, there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed. Now,
the IMO and we as WISTA are heavily pushing. We know the percentage is about 1% on board, and of females, seafarers on board. There is definitely not enough done, and I do believe that the biggest problem is that when a woman comes on board, and that happens, that there's only one woman on board, there will be a lot of attention on her. She will be seen all the time, and she will be watched. And she's not allowed to make mistakes like a man would be allowed to make mistakes. And I think that that cultural barrier, that barrier in your head, that bias that a woman cannot be on board and that this has to be a man, is the biggest factor. And then, of course, the harassment, which is potentially higher within women. I'm not saying that there's only harassment or sexual harassment being done to women. This is also happening to men, of course. I acknowledge that, but the percentage of females is higher, so there's this fear. And another big factor is, of course, the bias that women cannot.
To increase opportunities and improve the retention of women at sea.
I would say that there is a study which I would like to underline from the biggest tanker owner, Hafnia. They have done a project, I believe, from 2021 on with the Southern University of Denmark, where they have put 50% of their seafarers on board of 7 product tankers, female. And they have adjusted the onboard workstations and they have.
My dear President, I will not say more than that. Please, in your own perspective, what do you think are some of the major mental and health issues that seafarers face today?
Wow. The The major issue is to be prone more to those chronic stop the vessel and so it's either they have to divert to a port close by or a total return, which will mean a lot of money loss. So why don't you think this way to mitigate the risk by making sure that these persons are at top-notch health status before they go on, and make sure that it becomes part of the policy, an annual health maintenance for crew, so that you are sure of their health status. Also, on board, while they are at sea, there has to be a minimal, a health team that can take care of them while on the trip, to make sure that cost is minimized. When this is done, Imelu, also we have to get this. Yes, at the end of the day, you are protecting the profit because it runs to hundreds of thousands of dollars that is lost when you have to do all those emergency stops.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. The follow-on question, and I'm going to ask the white elephant in the room question. What happens when the female seafarer goes on shore and goes home to her husband, comes back to sea, and she's pregnant? What do you think should be the policy that should govern having to handle when female seafarers are pregnant or when they're going through female-related medical issues?
Wow, that's really a white elephant. Those who are strong-bodied, they don't have all those high-risk history, they are good to go with all that thing in place I've mentioned. Thank you.
I think that's good news for our younger colleagues who are thinking of going into seafaring. Dr. Ania said, you can go, just make sure you have medical advice.
Let me quickly add something, because it very fits, and I make it quick. Pregnancy is not only happening onshore, I mean, it's happening offshore as well. So we should make sure we have after morning pills on board and rape kits. I have to say it, I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. We need to board, and she committed suicide by jumping overboard. So these are real life issues that actually do need to be addressed. So moving on from that sober note, my next question is to Madam DG, like I fondly call her. Who should bear the primary responsibility for funding reskilling, upskilling? Should it be government? Should it be the industry? Should it be development partners or training institutions?
I think everybody should bear the cost. And the reason is this, IMO suddenly comes up with this need for net zero, and then they give a timeline. And transiting is expensive, very expensive, because it affects not just the ship owners, it also affects the whole value chain, including the seafarers. So what you're saying is that while you're changing your ship, also have people who are able to man that ship. And nobody has been able to, the industry has not identified in the marine fuel, and it takes us a long journey, and we're talking at 2050. 2050 is around the corner, honestly. And we are also now talking about mass, the autonomous vessels and all that. So those are all parts of the conversations that we're looking at. And then, like I said, even the autonomous vessels will be manned by people. And that's digitalization, that's digital knowledge. They need to be equipped for that. I mean, it's just like playing your video game. Really, that's what comes to mind when I think of that. Yeah. So that's also what we should be looking at. We are looking at a future-proof maritime workforce. So who bears the consequences? The cost or the responsibilities? For now, if I give a scenario where you have a ship owner, what he will be looking at from the current workforce he has is to retrain them. But then, since we are experiencing a dearth in the number of seafarers across the world, and we are looking at the future of seafaring, green shipping, vis-a-vis green shipping, we are also looking at a holistic training for those coming into the industry. So there is a growing population of people who are leaving the industry, who are seafarers, and then there's more demand for people who are coming into the industry within the next 5-10 years. And so while we are looking at Maritime Just Transition Task Force, which is one organization that was established by International Chamber of Shipping, and I was part of it because I was given a perspective about Africa and the need. We know that Africa would always come later in these conversations because those that are talking about green shipping are the first world countries. That's what I mean. So they have the technology, they have the expertise, but we are coming along. So along the line, what we are looking at, I think, is that we should be looking at the international communities supporting the less developed countries, and the shipping companies, while they're training theirs, the international communities should be involved, and we should be happy to release funds to train seafarers. Thank you.
Okay, so I usually like to ask a few controversial questions, if only to keep the audience attentive. What is the incentive for the international community to train your seafarers? They are not on their ships.
Because most of them own the ships. Oh yes, that's the truth. Most of the international communities own the ships.
Okay. Let me hear from Susan.
I can tell you we are lacking officers in future. And even countries like Ethiopia have maritime schools, all female class engineers, and they know we need them.
So in other words, Africa has the workforce that European ship owners
100
would need. That is a good one for those of us who are looking into seafaring. Please note, Europe is looking for seafarers. Okay, I'll quickly move on to your actual question, Susan. Do you think training institutions and industry partnerships are evolving quickly enough to meet future workforce needs?
Like Mrs. Vivian said, partnership is key in that aspect. Partnership between companies and maritime institutions, partnership between countries who have the workforce and countries that need the workforce. But, and like you like to ask controversial questions, I like to speak my mind.
Please do.
I'm telling you from a ship owner's point of view, they will run on conventional fuels as long as they can. So for them, right now, where's the need? And especially when you are in spot charter, then why should I risk that my ship is not getting the fuel which is needed on board? I ruin my reputation. I will run on conventional fuels as long as I can. And then, when I have to, then it will be like 2 days before Christmas. It always comes by surprise, and I have to hurry up, and I have to train my people. But I have also seen that case. I have been with an owner where they changed to methanol fuel, 6 ships of the fleet, and it was done very quickly. So the captain was trained within 2-3 days, but you have to have the connection in place. You know, you have to have the maritime schools, or you have to have people coming on board and in the yard when the retrofit is done or when the ship is built. You have to do that before you do the handover of the ship.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Dr. Annie. What kind of systems should shipping companies look into in developing something that in terms of the medical space, in developing a medical policy that can work for both the ship owners and for the seafarers? Okay. So what kind of design in terms of the medical personnel? You mentioned earlier that there's a need to have some form of medical system to monitor the mental health, to monitor the physical health matters of the seafarers. My question is, how do we design such a system? Do they need to have retainers with hospitals? Do they need to have a arrangement with the Ministry of Health in the countries that the ship is berthing at? How do you think is going to be workable, since we now know that there is a need?
Okay, it will be working both onshore and offshore. In Nigeria specifically, healthcare provision has moved from companies having retainerships to working through health management organizations. So the crew, each person should have their own package prepared for them so that every person working have an HMO that, okay, I'll divide a bit. I worked a lot with the Air Force, and we have annual medical maintenance for the air crew. So on their birthdays, they must show up, and we have very clear checks. And if that person is not fit, I send the message across, this person cannot fly until so happens.
Okay, just before you move on to your next thought. For Air Force, they are flying and they are coming back. So no matter how long the flight is, it cannot be more than 24 to 48 hours. But we're talking about people who are on sea. 6 to 9 months. How do we ensure that that is also done for them?
For sure. So I've said that as an example. Applying it now to somebody who is not on land for 6 months. That person definitely has a birthday. We know that date. And we can do a situation of, okay, you are offshore during your birthday, but immediately you are back, have your all your parameters checked to know where your health status is. So we can do that around the year, around the calendar for each and every one of them. And then because we now have technicalities whereby we can communicate anywhere. I saw somebody in an aircraft still addressing an audience on air. There are technologies for that, yes. So the ship owners have to realize that in this blue economy we are talking about, they have to invest more money because it's going to give them the returns on their investment massively. They're going to be protecting the risks that would have been created with that person. You didn't know that the person has a hidden health condition, and then it throws the whole crew into a pandemonium.
Okay, yes, please.
May I add, I mean, a practical way we do it as a ship owner with our crew. So our head office is in Latvia, Riga. We are working very closely there with a maritime academy called Novi Kontas. And I recently visited them, and they are doing these mental health checks with the means of VR glasses, and also they are measuring the pulse of the person.
While they are offshore.
While they are offshore. And they are asking them certain questions, see how they respond to this question. And by the means of using technology, this opinion is also very unbiased, so to say, because you have to understand that if I don't like you, I will let you fail the test just because I don't like you. That happens. It's reality. It's human nature. And making sure that these tests come out unbiased is also very important, and I really like to see that how this Maritime Institute does this mental health check, because if I don't like a certain group of people, I don't want to see them on board, because if I have a kind of experience with them, I might exclude them.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
We have just a few minutes, and I want to have enough time for questions from the audience. For those of us that may have questions, please, in a few minutes, we'll call on you. Closing remarks, and it's a single question. Is it worth investing in female seafarers? And I'm going to ask each panelist to answer from their own perspective, starting from my own Madam DG.
I think it's crucial that we invest in female seafarers. I won't go with the norm about how women do their things. I think to create a balance, it's important that we engage female seafarers. There is the number of women to men across the world is almost equal. So I feel that by that alone, there is an imbalance, you know, with the number of women. And I think also it brings more to consciousness the human element of our existence as women. I mean, whenever we're having conversations around female seafarers, we look at the uniqueness of a woman, of the female, you know, and doctors talked about, you know, women, the possibility of having a pregnant woman on board and the importance of it. You know, we're now talking about, and that's one of the things.
Madam DG is a closing remark.
I know. I'm looking at the time also. Okay, and that's one of the things I appreciate about the latest, you know, the updates on the MLT convention. Now, mental health conversations are not things that we accept. It's not something that is culturally acceptable in Africa, really. And now we see that someone can, you mentioned a case that someone can be depressed to the point of choosing death and not thinking about the loved ones, you know, and that was the case of a woman. And so it's very important that we incorporate that and know that every human has equal rights to existence, including the women. And if so, a lady comes up and says she wants to be a seafarer, she should be given the full support, and that the new future of work should understand the importance of the woman element, I didn't say human element, in driving, you know, in sustainability, in development, and especially in the growth of the shipping industry.
Thank you very much. Susan.
Yes, I think Ms. Vivian has summed it up quite nicely. And if you ask me as a woman if I support women to be seafarers, I'm saying hell yeah. And I think Margaret Thatcher said it very perfectly. There's a special place in hell for women that don't support other women. So,
thank you for reminding us. Yes, Dr. Annie.
And for me also, it's an absolute yes. If God wanted only men to do everything, there would not have been women. Wow. And the issue here is that we just need to understand her peculiarities. And when we look at any place where a woman has been empowered, that industry will move forward faster. I don't need to mention the Doras. I don't need to mention all the DJs everywhere. So we are unique. We have our own needs. I think we just need to, the industry needs to extend and expand to accommodate us so that the industry can move forward.
Thank you very much. So we just have, please, a huge round of applause for the panelists. We just have about 5 minutes, and Mr. MC, I can see my time. It is 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can see your time,
yes.
Foluke. But you permit me today, so I have the approval of the president before I go to the question and answer time. The panelists have done justice with you moderating, but we have the privilege to have some seafarers, you know, the people that actually practice this to the core, and we feel they can speak to this within the next 10 minutes. It's just like when my SAN was speaking about the woman doing tax. She sleep and drink and eat tax. And when you go to SAN, she speak and drink and talked about law. So we feel we can give just few minutes to our seafarers. Let them speak to it. It's a privilege for them to be here to say one or two things. And a great privilege to have Captain Ogunshakin speaking to us, you know, just the next 5 minutes on some of the things he has done, experiences there, and he can definitely chip that in for us. Captain, I yield the mic to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good day, everyone. I give my special greeting to the President of WISTA Africa, Dr. Abiodun Ani, and all the team, the fantastic team that has made this occasion a huge success, but I missed yesterday fun. I was hearing the news. It was just like I missed the whole world. Yes, yes. So now my name is Ambassador Captain Oguchaki. I am a member of United Nations Peace Advocates in Nigeria here, and I am one of the highly experienced seafarer we have in Nigeria. I've worked up to 38 years at sea. It was when I started moving with women that somebody said, Captain, come down to shore. We need you here. The one you have done there is enough. But I thank God I get to the peak where I wanted. I was a master of 47,000 tons vessel running within Africa. Yeah, so I have a lot of experience. And some of these what our beautiful sisters have said, they are very absolute and correct. But I need to add some salt. You know when you cook soup, if you don't put salt, it's not done. So I need to add some salt to what they have said from practical point of view. Because I've stayed on board, I have women staying, being only one person among all, about 23 crew, and one woman, Rebecca, engineer Rebecca, I was fourth engineer. I have Chukura. I can mention them. I have because when we talk about harassment, marine or ship is just like working in the ministry of somewhere, ministry of works, ministry of whatever. All what is happening in the offices or in everywhere on the shore happens at sea. When you talk about harassment, how many percentage of harassment? I can bet you, I can mention a lot of seafarers lady here. I met one woman in Togo when I went to load there. She's a captain. Very effective woman. And that day, the sea was very rough. Both of us were putting heads together how we can do the operation successfully, and we did it. And she's a captain of a foreign-going vessel. So I'm looking at possibility of we, Nigerian, or somebody in Africa, becoming a captain very soon. And it's going to be so, because Nigerians are coming out with full force. One with this WISTA, women for possibility of a Nigerian woman becoming a chief engineer, for possibility of a Nigerian woman becoming a chief engineer, a captain, chief officer, and so on and so forth, and on a foreign-going vessel. When we talk about how to move the African forward, what we lack in Africa, it is ownership of vessels. We are not, because when you go to Europe to go and learn, they don't allow you to work in their ship. They send you back to Africa. And we are running, Nigeria particularly is the major. Formerly we have NNSL. We have Black Star Line, where we train our people and they are able to go abroad to compete favorably with other foreign counterparts. But today, we're almost in Africa. I don't know whether South Africa, our South African representative can tell us, whether South Africa have a foreign-going ship. Because in Nigeria, the one owned by Nigeria, I don't think there's any. But we have domestic vessels. So when we encourage our business, let us reinvest in shipping. Let our government invest, put financing into shipping. When we do that, we can train our people, both men and women. They will go out there to compete and earn dollar, pound sterling into the country, euro. We cannot depend on
always visible. So I am a captain, I'm a master mariner with class 1 from UK. And I clock it. All right, I didn't just stop there. I've got my MBA from Liverpool, John Moore University. And I've worked on, I started my career in an oil tankers before I proceeded to FPSOs. And I've worked on semi-submersible drilling vessels and all that. So I am talking to you with experience. I'm not coming here talking theory. So my son, thank you, Ma. Oh, all protocol duly observed. Thank you. Thank you for the privilege to speak. My son asked me to talk about pregnancies on board. Yes, it happens. And harassment, like Captain Ogusaki rightly said, yes, it does happen. It's just that the reporting system is all that. So this also should apply to all ship owners, companies, both locally and internationally. Have a system in place where if someone is pregnant, you transit to having your baby. After a while, after the period of maternity, you should be able to return back to your work without being impacted negatively. That's one. Then, while I was on my table, we were having a dialogue. Thank you for the great panelists. Someone was asking me a question. Thank you, ma'am, for your line of thought. I want to just add to what she said about medical provisions. So someone made mention of, why can't we have a lab scientist, a nurse, and a doctor on board? I told him it's a good idea, but it's not practicable. One, it depends on the type of vessels anyway. If you're on a cruise liner that has, you know, space, one, and is populated because of the type of vessel is for cruise, as the name implies, yes, that can be done. But on vessels like oil tankers that just have minimal number, there is no luxury of bed space, that is not practicable. And ship owners will agree with me that they won't want to do that.
I can tell you that when you do Brazilian cabotage, it's mandatory to have a nurse on board. So it is possible. It is possible.
Okay.
You just have to make it mandatory from your country.
No, she's saying the three of them, the lab scientist, the nurse, and the doctor. So what I want to propose is this. Let's have a collaboration with, in my company, 2 weeks ago, I had to evacuate a Russian personnel, a crew, one of the deck crew. She was sick. We had to do an emergency evacuation. What did we do? We had a chopper landed on the vessel, whereby she was airlifted to the medical hospital. So there should be a collaboration with the hospital and the ship companies. You don't necessarily need to have these three people on board, but you can have that collaboration. Any ports in the world where there should be like, I don't know, an agreement and a partnership. Say, okay, my vessel is calling to Port Hamburg in Germany. In case there is any emergency or a medical need, this hospital should be responsible for that. And there should also be a collaboration with what do you call? Sorry?
Medical practitioners.
But medical
and pilots,
airlines, yes, airlines, helicopter, chopper,
services.
to airlift, whatever. So, why I'm saying
experience of actually making that to happen. Funke, I don't know.
Just 5 minutes. Yeah, I think Susan.
Yeah, just a small.
I think Susan.
Yeah, just a small contribution. Thank you so much, Captain. What is her name?
Eddie Dion.
Eddie.
Thank you so much. I just want to add one small thing. It's always very crucial which owner you choose, because we know the IMO and regulatory bodies are not so fast, and whatever we demand today will probably only happen in God knows when. But it's up to a responsible owner to do things which are not mandatory, but he knows it's good for his people. So it's always very important you choose a good owner. And I know for my owner, I can say the people, the crew, is the center, the heart, everything. And whenever someone has a small cough, we will have a doctor on video call to access that cough and then go further from there. We will call the helicopter. We will deviate from the route, no matter what it costs. So choose a good owner. I know we don't all have that privilege, but...
It's a starting point. Thank you. So questions now.
Okay.
Mr. MC, how many minutes do we have?
Oh, we have more time because they took our time.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But how many questions do we have in the room?
You took our time. You've taken extra 15 minutes or 20 minutes from the time allotted.
You only had 5 minutes,
no, we
madam.
can't take questions.
I'm not. Don't worry. I will manage this effectively for you. Don't worry. Please, those who have questions, I want to make an appeal. My style is, once I give number, if you raise up your hands, I will not honor it. So that I won't go beyond this. Please raise up your hands. I'll give you a number and they will come to you with the mic.
3, 4,
please.
5, 6, 7
SAN 1. You are number 2, ma. You are number 3, Dolapo. You are number 4, ma. You are number 5. You are number 6.
Look at her.
7, and 8.
Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah. Okay. Finally, number 9. The ushers, let me have a spare mic. So I'll call the number one after the other. Please, let's just go straight to our question and go ahead and do it. Number 1. So one of you should be on this side, one on this side, please. This number 1, yeah. Please just signify once I call your number so that I can give you the mic.
Thank you very much. And I really applaud the great panelists and the moderator for a very exciting session. Question. I'm sure we're all aware that IMO has finally signed on the Mass Autonomous Surface Shipping Code. So what happens to the seafarers we're calling out, where the shipping is going to be remotely operated?
I think we should take all the questions.
So we'll take, please, our panelists, take the questions,
Yeah.
then we'll respond to, you moderate them, who to take 1, 2, 3, how they do that around you. But we'll take the 9 questions and we'll respond to it together. Number 2.
Okay, so that we don't get confused.
Number 2.
Sorry, sir.
Okay.
So that we don't get confused. Leonard Silk, please, who would you like to answer your question? Any one of the panelists.
Particularly Vivian, because she kept on saying that autonomous doesn't mean human beings will not operate it. AI, they don't need any human being to operate the ships. And IMO has signed the code.
Yet. Yes, ma'am.
So I think part of what you want is that if you are asking the question, who are you directing your question
so that they
to?
would note
And
it.
please, panelists, note your questions. Yeah. Number 2, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. That's an interesting conversation we're having this morning. I feel excited, and the panelists are awesome, including the moderator. My question is to the ship owner. I've been to an IMO meeting where the conversation was around changing specifications for shipbuilding. And I'm asking, if we are taking all this in context, why don't the ship owners now begin to look at these challenges and think of how the shipbuilders will now take that into consideration as they build the ships? At least you have to let them know that these are the challenges, this could be done, just to remodernize the ship as they come, without us saying, oh, we are restricted, there are no...
Thank you very much. Yeah, fantastic panel and perspective, because here we're sharing knowledge and we want to ensure that we're sharing something that is accurate. I just wanted to say that the International Maritime Organization have medical policies, but they work in conjunction with the International Labour Organization and the World Health Organization. And I think there are 2 key policies. One is about medical fitness, and the other one is onboard health care and disembarkation rights, things along that line. I would suggest that one of the outputs of this conference is actually to take all these great minds and what has just been shared by the captain and actually engage the IMO with these practical realities. In addition to some of the questions about AI, how does that secure the future of African seafarers? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a comment, right? Not a question.
There's a comment, an observation. Number 4.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Mine is not a question. I want to say that MLC 2006, popularly known and referred to as Seafarers' Bill of Rights, houses all these things we are talking about today. There is provision for medical, like she said. There is provision for harassment, and there are fines and all that. And I told Nimasa yesterday what's being done in most of the vessels today. Any vessel above 5 or 10,000 metric ton should carry a qualified nurse. And when we talk about the facility, it looks as if we're going to build a gigantic facility on board. It's just to make one cabin, the nurse's cabin, with all that is required there for emergency. Let's take, for instance, somebody has food poisoning. Vessel is 500, 1,000 nautical miles away from the nearest jetty. Are we going to start running helter-skelter before the person is brought ashore?
We were asked in the hall that all women who are seafarers in the hall should stand up. They stood up. There were like 25 of them. And they were asked amongst them who will want their kids to pursue the same career. I don't think up to 50% stood up, not even 25%. That means there's a problem we are not facing. If there were many there, that means the door to that very career is open. That means there are women in the hall. And so why are they leaving their chairs? So,
thank you. Thank you very much. Number 7.
Which panelist?
Who are you directing your question to?
Okay, any one of them can answer it, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayeni Olubukola. I'm a seafarer. I've been a seafarer for over 15 years, and I've sailed on board different types of vessels. So I've encountered harassment, sexual harassment, bullying, piracy attack, and my vessel has even been detained one time, and I was locked up in prison for something I didn't know. So that is where I'm going to coin my question from. So my question is this: when a vessel is arrested for violating, this may present additional safety and welfare concerns. So what policies and practical measures are in place to ensure their physical security, the access to medical care, mental well-being, and protection from harassment or exploitation while the legal process is ongoing? Who should ultimately be responsible for safeguarding them? Is it the ship owner, because then the vessel owner ran away? Is it the flag state? Is it the port state? Or all of them together? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Ayeni. Number 8.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Captain Joy, and I've worked on board for over 15 years. And actually, Captain Buki, she's my classmate, and we also worked on the same vessel. So I've gone through sexual harassment, bullying, and other challenges. But my question also goes out because we have a lot of female seafarers that are unemployed. Many of them are home because we have these challenges whereby you go to some companies to seek for a job, and the first thing that comes to their mind, we all know. Don't let me say it. So policy can be introduced to ensure equal employment opportunities for women in the maritime industry.
Thank you very much. And the final question, number 9. The second mic is on front here.
Good afternoon, everyone. The panelists are just something else. Kudos to WISTA Nigeria. I am Ada Mbama. I'm a maritime lawyer. My question is to Dr. Ani. Are seafarers not prone to deep vein thrombosis due to prolonged immobility? Because I was the one that took up our VP, started talking about a mobile clinic in vessels. Because when you have deep vein thrombosis, a nurse can do very little. So when you have that kind of cloth, what happens? Because pressure sucks should be encouraged. And there should be a measure, for there to be rectification of blood clots, because that was why I mentioned to her that is it not good to have a lab scientist on board, because there could be things that nurses can do very little about, especially in this very severe case of life and death. Blood clots is not to be joked with. And because of the prolonged immobility, 6 months, 9 months, just within a very small space. Aside the numbers you're talking about, they can check their BPs even by the palm. They can do their diabetic checks. But this...
Do better than that for them.
They are the reason why we get the things that we get from the abroad.
And Foluke, if you permit me, I've been moderating this program from yesterday. This is the most engaging session that I've actually seen, and with the most populated question. Please, let's make it bigger and better for them. Great job you're doing. Thank you very much. We can have a seat. Foluke, over to you.
Thank you, sir. So I will start from Dr. Annie, and then we'll come down to Susan and eventually Madam DG. So please help us answer the questions that were directed to you. Thank you.
Okay, from my record with me, I have only one question directed at me, and it's a very, very important question. The sedentary lifestyle at sea actually is one of the things that can predispose to blood clot. But the thing about blood clot is that when we're talking about health, we can talk about curative and preventive. So I would say what we need to do in this case is to have a preventive ideology. How does this work? First of all, blood works are done before you embark on 6-9 months at sea. Especially, we have taken the history, we know who is prone and not prone, because that is also important. Family history and things like that. So when we do the blood work and we know who is prone, that person needs to do more. Generally, for maintaining health, we have to realize that there are 4 pillars that keeps you healthy at that preventive level. One of the pillars is what you call the lifestyle changes. Another pillar is nutrition. The nutrition at sea has to be balanced. So I'm not saying you should go and employ nutritionists and that too, but you know what to do. Yeah. Then the other aspect is we're talking about clinic. Thank you very much. I don't know her name, who was talking about a small nursing cubicle. That small cubicle will do a lot. That cubicle can even have that connection with land clinics and hospitals to be able to get more information. Now, blood clots don't usually develop overnight. Even when people manifest it at emergency, it has been there. So when we are proactive and we know that this can happen and we are checking, then we will know that this person is prone. Another thing is that I use the word sedentary. So can we have a system where people can do exercise at least 3 times a week while they are there? This is being proactive, being deliberate. These days, you don't need to go to the gym. On YouTube, several other apps have 15-minute exercises that you can do once in 24, 48 hours. And once your blood keeps flowing normally, then all these things are predisposing factors to that blood clot. So the other person that cannot move, like I know I'm going vulnerable a bit, I was sick at a point in time. I developed deep vein thrombosis, but that was because the instruction is you can't move. So that those are the persons that will need all those pressure socks and those gadgets. But for able-bodied seafarer, movement and also being proactive with nutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Annie. So move on to Susan.
I will try to answer a few questions. First one, I think from the officer, Mrs. Joy, is that? Yeah. What can we do to retain female seafarers after the first contract so they don't drop out? Do I get it the right way? Employment. Come again? Yeah. To get it. Yeah, how to get a job. Of course, I mean, I'm talking from a very privileged point of view. I mean, I'm in Europe, and I do understand that things as seafarers from there are easier. I believe that someone else in the room must answer this question, because I think I'm not one. My perspective. I mean, reach out. The internet is there. That's, I think, your best chance from where you are to go on LinkedIn and set yourself up a good profile and talk to people. Always talk to people. And get a mentor, maybe someone who has already achieved what you want to achieve, and ask them, how did they do it? That would be my best answer. Then the next question was detention and sexual harassment. I think we have to separate the two. I had a vessel who was detained in the Gambia for 1 year. We had minimum crew on board. I believe it's up to the owner and a good lawyer to negotiate with a flag who has to stay on board. And when it comes to sexual harassment, I would always say a prudent owner, when he hears about that, he will take you off the ship right away, not to expose you further. He will allow you until the next port to stay in your cabin. If it's doable, if the ship can run without you, take you off and then hear both sides, because that is only fair. I mean, we have also cases where where people just want to get off board, maybe mad because of something, and accuse someone who is innocent. We always have to hear both sides, I guess, until there's some kind of proof, but it's up again to a prudent owner, I guess, to make everything that their crew is safe.
Okay, Fuluke, I think Captain Joe was referring that question was not attended to.
What was the question?
Okay. No, she sent someone. Okay, please give her the mic.
Okay, Ma, you talked about your country. I mean our own Nigeria. And I want to thank my madam that is here. She's an HR, Mrs. Teo, and I want to thank her because she encourages a lot of ladies. So many ship owners or shipping companies, they find it difficult in Nigeria to employ females.
It's because of the recognition of your COC.
Because their mentality is that once a female goes on board, I don't want to talk about it. So in the mass, I know we have a lot of female board of directors, so they should look into it for us, so that they shouldn't look down on us, that we can do what a man can do.
Okay, sorry, Madam DG, because I want Susan to exhaust all her questions before we come to you. Okay. So I would want for 30 seconds, the President of Women in Maritime Africa, Nigeria chapter, Madam Theo, who is the head of HR in one of the major logistics companies in Nigeria, who has done a lot in encouraging female seafarers to come on board. So, Madam Theo, 30 seconds.
You have the mic, Theo.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. Okay, thank you, Captain Joy. So we need to start from the root. You see, when these young female seafarers are coming out from school, from the Maritime Academy, even from the Philippines, the NSPDD program, when they come out, they needed a place for C10. And I want every ship owners, every stakeholders to take this home. If, for instance, you want to do an employment to take 10 cadets on the vessel, make sure you are doing the gender basis. You are taking, that's what I do in my company. I will make sure I take 5 males and I will take 5 females. That should be compulsory. The moment we are not even doing it from the cadetship level, it is hard when they are officers for you to even take them on your vessel. And for instance, if they even come for the cadetship level and they want to do their IT for a year or 6 months, like the oceanography, the maritime academy, they come for 3 months CWES. That 3 months CWES, give them that platform to do their IT for the 3 months and they are back to school. And when they are back again for 1 year, still give them that platform for them to come. We should make sure that our female seafarer, they have a voice. They should have a voice. And that is what I'm doing in my company. The expatriate, they know me, they said, if it comes for females, Dora will kill herself for them. Yes. Because I want to see that they are like me and they are better than me. And when we look at the NSPD cadet that the NIMASA is doing, the NIMASA is doing great. Taking these set young ones to the Philippines, to UK, and they are coming back. They don't have a platform. What we need to do as ship owners is to make sure that we give these young ones a platform. And that's why you see yesterday, the best female seafarer, was from the NSPD cadet, and she was working with us in LTT as a second engineer. And she started from cadetship. And from cadetship, she's now an officer. We also, I like what you said concerning training and retrained. They came with their OOW, and we took them to the Philippines to go for their class 2. So don't keep them where they are. They should be an elevation for the reskilling. We had to take them to Philippines to take them for their class 2, to still keep them on the job. So now it shows that there's continuity on the job, and I know that this place is okay for me. So I don't want us as ship owners to think about money, money, money. You need to also think about the seafarers that are working with you. What do you need to put in place to see that they are growing? It's not only you to come and make money, but you should make sure that your seafarers are also what? Doing well, and they are also growing. I will be able to tell you that I have 5 chief engineers. They were all here yesterday, seated at the back. They are all females, and I'm very proud to see these ones growing. In the next 4 years, we'll see them in NIMASA becoming directors. And you know that these are people that knows the job, because they have the qualification to sit on that seat. So please, for Captain Joy, we are also asking other ship owners to join us. Join us to do the same. I love the gender. I love it. I can do anything for my female seafarers.
Thank you very much,
so,
Madam
thank you.
So, Susan, kindly wrap up in 2 minutes.
I try.
Vivian
So
in
first,
another
the
3 minutes.
specifications of the vessel, why are ship owners not investing in modifying or like from the start design a vessel in a way that it would be a fit for all. It is because this we're coming back to the root. This is dominantly males on the boards. It's dominantly males on the projects when it comes to new buildings. They don't think like that. And still there's enough male seafarers who will go on board, who are willing on board. They're getting them for the contracts, so they don't see the need right now. It would basically just be a cost to have a whole new ship design and not take a design from a sister vessel, so to say. So that is the cost. And then we had the question about Julie. Yeah, the question about why are the female seafarers not excited to give on their profession to their daughters, or would not want their daughters to work in this industry. Funny enough, Karin Stahl, my co-chair on the diversity committee, was one of the women in the room at that time, and one of the women who stood up and said, of course I would want my woman to female daughter to go on board. We made a whole podcast about that. So you can find that podcast on Spotify. We have, with the diversity committee, we have started a podcast and we have discussed this idea there. And Karin explains why she is excited about the industry and why she does understand that other female seafarers, ex-seafarers, wouldn't recommend that for their daughters. So you might want to listen to that podcast. And Dr. Dola had the appeal to collectively go to the IMO and present our list maybe in a nice way there. It is a matter of fact that, I mean, we have this observer status within WISTA at the IMO, and seafarers within the WISTA organization are being called on by our president, LP Petraki, to regularly join sessions where the voice of the seafarer is needed. She has asked us as a diversity committee for 2 projects. The first project is the WISTA Compass, where we are trying to, Fuluke is in that project with me, where we're trying to draft a guide for the shore side in order to increase the women there, to have a ripple effect on the ship side, something we discussed here. And then the other project is that we're trying to establish a group, a seafarer group. We do not have enough seafarers within WISTA. So we want to reach out to the seafarer organizations nationally. For example, in Germany we have one. We know that Nigeria has Fesan, for example. We will call on them and try to get more women into this group. And then this group will have will be something the IMO can call on regularly when they need input. So something like this is already done in the back.
Thank you very much, Susan. Finally, Madam Gigi.
Okay, let's take the question from my distinguished son, Nancy. Yeah, so the autonomous ship, maritime autonomous surface ships, it has an element of, it has a human element to it. It's autonomous, not automatic, ma. So it's more like we set you to work. So there are some that some of the vessels have. Yes, ma'am. Some of them have seafarers. Yes, but the coding, ma. Yes, ma. That's what I wanted to say. You know, this is the word, ma, the artificial intelligence. The information is imputed by humans. That's what I mean. So it's coding. There are different digital skills that are involved. So when it is done to ensure, ma? Yes, seafarers are trained, ma. That's the future of shipping, ma. That's what I mean. When we're discussing future of shipping, some seafarers are going to be digitally trained. Some of them will be trained on the use of the new marine fuels. So it's not business as usual, ma. That's what I was saying. But I didn't have the opportunity to, because that question... Yes, they'll be reduced. But so that, yes, there'll be reduced crew, but then there will, and ma, I think most times when we discuss that digital technologies, what comes to mind is that people will lose their jobs. It's not totally true. Some people, I'm speaking as a HR professional, some people have another kind of skill, reskilled. So if you're good at computer already, but you're not there, so you might be working from offshore and know what is happening onshore. So we're talking about reskilling, upskilling, and skilling. So we have some people who are going to be doing that. And then finally, I want to respond to the lady who mentioned something about the environmental issues. Interestingly and unfortunately, when it comes to the shipping industry, when your ship is working, that's when you're working. So you can't stop working because of environmental conditions. But part of what makes the navigation easy is that they are informed by all this information, the weather conditions and all that, except You know, there is, even now we can even detect if there's going to be a volcano, or you can detect if there's going to be a landslide or something. We have the perils, we have the dangers, we have natural, you know, disasters. So, they are always well informed. The only challenge I feel that the industry has really been struck by is when we have pandemics, because they can break out, and then those that are on sick cannot return. You know, it's not like a car where you can reverse, or an airplane you can get on board and then go off. So it just happens. So what happens is that the part of the training that the crew has, especially the captain, should be able to inform, interface with the ship owners, and also the crew is also informed on how to manage the navigation.
Thank you very much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you for listening.
Please, we can make it bigger and better. I know my moderator has actually concluded this, but the Vice President, WISTA Nigeria, has one contribution. Please, 30 seconds.
Bukola asked a question, the protection of seafarers. And I can relate from what she said. When I was working within the African waters, Nigeria as well, I had an encounter where a vessel was detained, and the crew knew nothing about what transpired between the charterer and the ship owner. But they were the ones at the receiving end. So my plea to the regulators, to the ship owners, and everyone concerned there should be a policy to protect seafarers' rights. Yes, I know IMO have done a lot, but we have to bring it on. We are talking about implementing it. It has to be implemented. Now, going back to the initial point I made, yes, there is an IMO and ILO regulations in terms of medical care for vessels. And there is a threshold for 100 passengers and above, which is commercial vessels. There is a trained medical personnel on board. But for smaller vessels, there are STCW trainings. Like myself, as a senior officer, you are trained to do some basic first aid. And we also have first aid lockers on board all these vessels. And there's something they call World Health Medical, reporting book. It's any port in the world that you go, it gives you the information, the call line, link and all that you can communicate with that port if there is any issue. And they will link you up with a medical doctor that will be guiding you on the phone. This is what you need to do. In case maybe you need to do a CPR for a person, we are trained I think as a second officer, chief mate, master, you are trained to do CPR, to do medical and basic first aid for someone on board before help comes. So we do not just leave the person on board. There are policies in place, but we just want these policies to be more enforced. We appreciate NIMASA, they are doing a lot, but there is still more room for improvement, for all these things to, for us to really enjoy ourselves as seafarers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for our captain. Thank you very much for that contribution. Permit me to invite the chairman planning committee, Dr. Mrs. Omar Ofodile, as she comes in assisting us to make presentation to our panelists. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up. So the first presentation goes to Mrs. Vivian Chimeze Azubike. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you. I really appreciate this honor, but I feel a little bit guilty if I have to do this. We worked assiduously on this project with 3 men, and it's been women giving these awards. I will cede this to one of these men to come and give this award. Thank you.
At the chairman's word, giving me the power to appoint, let me invite Mr. Samuel to step in assisting me to make this presentation. Samuel, are you here? Ayodeji, are you here? How do I manage this? They are out again to go and do the work you give to them. Samuel, Ayodeji. Okay, the third person. Okay, please come up and let's have you standing for the men. Thank you very much, my chairperson, for the honor that you give to the men in this particular. So, Madam Vivian, you can step forward too.
Okay, thank you very much for this honor. We are presenting it to Ms. Vivian Chimeze Azubike, DG Chamber of Shipping, in appreciation of your valuable contribution as a speaker at the 8th WISTA Africa Regional Conference. Thank you.
The next presentation goes to Susan Kwalibali. A round of applause for her.
Okay. We are presenting this to Susan Kulabali, WISTA Germany Vice President, Chair of WISTA International's Diversity Committee / Operation Manager at TB Marine Ship Management, in appreciation of your valuable contribution as a speaker at the 8th WISTA Africa Conference.
Thank you so much. Please a round of applause to her. Let me invite Dr. Mrs. Annie for this. So we'll give this. This is
Hello, we are giving this to Dr. Annie in appreciation of your valuable contribution as a speaker at the 8th Africa Regional Conference. Thank you.
Thank you. The panelists. So as we progress in the next 10 minutes, I'm expected to close this bar, and I still have rapporteur team to deliver their message, and possibly a slot for Foluke the next few minutes to talk on driving global standard. But the Ghana, WISTA Ghana, please can you come with your presentation for the president? After our picture, you make the presentation to our WISTA Ghana. The time is now for you. Please, a round of applause for them. My president, please stay back. WISTA Ghana, please come up with your presentation for the WISTA Nigeria. And no, I know Dr. Annie versus Dr. Annie. That is the Yale and Iyawo. And you can see the collaboration. Please help me celebrate these great women who have done this together. We can see the love that is being exhibited. Yeah. So that's the presentation from WISTA Ghana to WISTA Nigeria. Before I welcome the rapporteur team, Foluke, I will have just 5 minutes. Foluke, I said I will have just 5 minutes for you to do that which was yielded to you. on the driving.
I believe she has been a speaker, Tara Sir, here at the past. She has written a letter to us.
Of what truly matters. With belief in what you will bring, Tahara Sergeant, IBIA Regional Manager, Africa and Global Head Events. IBIA Regional Manager, Africa and Global Head Events.
I have the privilege of reading to you the letter from Miroslava Bokova from Montenegro. Dear future women of maritime, I was not born by the sea. I was born in the mountains of Montenegro, far from the coast, far from harbors, shipyards, and sailing traditions. Because of that, many people did not believe in my mission. They wondered what a woman from the mountains could possibly know about the sea. Some smiled politely at my dreams, others dismissed them entirely. But they did not understand that the sea is not only a place where you are born beside. Sometimes it's something you carry within you long before you ever touched its waters. I did not simply love the sea, I felt it. I discovered its depth, its changing colors, the scent of salt carried by the wind, and the silence that teaches patience and humility. I found stories in old wooden boats and wisdom in the Latin sail. I understood that the maritime heritage is not preserved in museums only. It survives through the hands of those willing to protect it and pass it on. 12 years ago, I chose that path. It has not been an easy journey. There were doubts, obstacles, and moments when it seemed impossible to continue. There were people who believed that preserving traditional wooden boat building had no future, that one woman could not make a difference, and that some dreams were simply too ambitious. Yet, day after day, year after year, I continued. I organized regattas and gatherings that brought people together across borders. I worked to preserve the knowledge of traditional craftsmanship. I stood proudly in front of audiences, institutions, and communities, speaking about the value of our maritime heritage and the importance of protecting it for the future generations. Today, after 12 years of dedication, that journey has left its mark. It has connected people, inspiring young generations, and shown that determination can turn even the most unlikely dream into reality. If there is one lesson I wish to leave behind, it's this: do not allow others to define what is possible for you. Your birthplace does not determine your destiny. Whether you come from the mountains or the coast, whether others believe in your vision or not, you have the power to create it, to change it, so it remains faithful to you what truly moves you. Because it's not enough to love something, you must feel it. And when you truly feel your purpose, it becomes stronger than fear, stronger than doubt, and stronger than the voices telling you to give up. The maritime world needs women who lead with courage and compassion, women who preserve what matters while creating new opportunities, women who dare to begin even when no one else can yet see the destination. Believe in your mission, trust your instincts, and never underestimate the strength of a woman who follows what she feels in her heart. May fair winds guide your course, calm seas accompany your journey. With respect, Miroslava Bokova from Montenegro. We are waiting for more letters. If you have one for us, we will be happy to give you the email address to send it to. And please encourage also others, also males, to send us their letters, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. Okay, just to save time, I would quickly go ahead to read the communique for this conference. The communique on the 8th WISTA Africa Regional Conference that took place in Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. The conference was themed From Policy to Implementation, Women Advancing Africa's Blue Economy Through Sustainable Shipping, Trade, and Energy Innovation. Now, the conference, which was hosted by WISTA Nigeria, was successfully held in Lagos, Nigeria, bringing together distinguished maritime leaders, policymakers, regulators, ship owners, legal practitioners, energy experts, development partners, academics, private sector executives, financial institutions, and maritime professionals from across Africa and beyond. The conference provided a strategic platform for robust dialogue on advancing Africa's blue economy through sustainable shipping, maritime trade, and energy innovation, along with legal regulatory reforms, human capital development, and women's leadership. It reaffirmed that while Africa possesses immense maritime potential, the continent must now move decisively from policy formation to practical implementation through stronger institutions, strategic partnerships, innovation, and inclusive leadership. The opening ceremony featured welcome remarks from the leadership within WISTA African chapters and WISTA Nigeria, followed by the keynote addresses and goodwill messages delivered by eminent government officials, maritime administrators, international organizations, and the likes. Speakers collectively underscored the need for greater regional collaboration, investment in maritime infrastructure, gender inclusion, sustainable shipping practices, and innovation as key drivers of Africa's maritime transformation. The conference attracted over 200 delegates from various countries, including Ghana, Cameroon, South Africa, Denmark, Germany, and the United Kingdom, with more than 25 speakers, moderators, and panelists, providing an invaluable platform for knowledge exchange, networking, and policy dialogue. Throughout the conference, participants deliberated on several key questions, including how can Africa accelerate the implementation of policies that support sustainable shipping and the blue economy? What practical strategies are required to strengthen women leadership and participation across the maritime, trade, and energy sectors? 3, how can maritime governance, legal frameworks, and regulatory institutions become more effective in supporting maritime development? 4, what investments are required to prepare Africa's maritime workforce for decarbonization, digitalization, and future technologies? And finally, 5, how can governments, industry, academia, and development partners collaborate more effectively to achieve Africa's maritime ambitions? From these panel sessions, which were 4 in number, the panel session 1, that recognizing sustainable shipping remains fundamental to Africa's economic growth and environmental sustainability, the participants resolved that 1, African governments should accelerate the implementation of sustainable shipping policies through practical, measurable, and coordinated action across the continent. 2, greater investments should be directed towards green port infrastructure, clean maritime technologies, climate resilience, and environmentally sustainable shipping operations. 3, regional collaborations should be strengthened to harmonize maritime regulations, environmental standards, and implementation frameworks to improve Africa's global competitiveness. 4, governments and industry should encourage research, innovation, and technology that support the long-term development of the African blue economy. And 5, public-private partnerships should be expanded to mobilize financing for sustainable maritime infrastructure and investment. Panel 2, which was on trade, energy innovation, and inclusive leadership, recognizing the growing importance of trade and energy transition and inclusive leadership in shaping Africa's maritime future. Participants resolved that 1, Africa should strengthen policies that promote efficient trade facilitation, regional integration, and sustainable economic growth under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. 2, industry stakeholders should accelerate investment in regulatory institutions to improve transparency, efficiency, compliance, and investor confidence. 3, governments should strengthen collaboration with industry stakeholders to ensure that in developing practical policies that respond to evolving global maritime developments. 4, Greater investments should be made in institutional capacity building for maritime regulators, policymakers, legal practitioners, and dispute resolution mechanisms. 5, regional cooperation should promote harmonized maritime laws, stronger regulatory coordination, and improved cross-border governance throughout Africa. Panel 4, people at sea, maritime law, seafarers' opportunities, rights, and the future of crew management in Africa's green shipping, institutions, and the industry should collaborate to prepare Africa's seafarers for digitalization, automation, decarbonization, and alternative fuel shipping. 3, maritime education and training institutions should modernize curricula to align with evolving international standards, technical developments, and future workforce requirements. Number 4, shipping companies, industry stakeholders should expand sea time opportunities, internships, mentorships, and structured career pathways for young professionals and women entering into the maritime industry. 5, governments, industry, and development partners should jointly invest in various professional shipping development, reskilling, and upskilling programs to ensure that Africa's maritime workforce remains globally competitive during the green shipping transition. And 6, which came in after the panel session, was for governments, institutions, and development partners to invest into the medical welfare of seafarers, particularly those from African countries. In conclusion, the conference reaffirmed that Africa's maritime transformation will be achieved not through policy declarations alone, but through the effective implementation, strategic investment, and sustainable collaboration among governments, regulators, industry, development partners, academia, and professional associations. The participants recognized that sustainable shipping, innovation, maritime governance, human capital development, and women leadership are mutually reinforcing pillars for advancing Africa's blue economy. The conference therefore called on all stakeholders to translate the recommendations arising from this conference into concrete actions that will strengthen maritime institutions, create opportunities for women and young professionals, promote sustainable trade and shipping, and position Africa as a globally competitive maritime hub. The conference further reaffirmed WISTA Nigeria and WISTA Africa chapter's commitment to championing inclusive leadership, fostering regional cooperation, and advancing practical solutions development across the continent. Finally, the conference concluded with appreciation to WISTA's partners, delegates, and the conference planning committee for their invaluable contributions.
And she has said, okay, they're clapping, clap. Thank you for the honor. She's very deserving of it, yes. She's like a constant son when it comes to WISTA, especially among the past presidents. She's the most constant. Others are constant, but she has done nobly well, and we honor her. Thank you, ladies. Your day of honor will come soon, and people will honor you. So I've been asked to move for the adoption of the communique. In case maybe there's an omission, there's something you feel we should add or we should subtract, since whatever we are doing here now, we will submit to the international body with the view to getting it to IMO, and in line with the SDGs, maybe we might be sending to the UN as well, because we have a member of WISTA Nigeria who is an ambassador to the UN and a representative from Nigeria. So on that note, I'd like to call for the adoption of the communique as presented by Mrs. Foluke Akinmoladun, supported by our team. So, who is going to move for the adoption? Chief Mrs. Caroline Ufere. I think you should give her the mic so that it can be recorded. Can we have the mic on, the camera on her?
I, Chief Mrs. Caroline Akum Ufere, hereby move for the adoption of the communique as read by the rapporteur.
Thank you, ma'am. Who is seconding? Okay. Give her the mic. The woman in white. Yes, we want to take from this side and this side so that we are balanced.
I, Adakumbama Esquire, hereby support the motion to adopt the communique from the 8th WISTA African Regional Conference held in Lagos.
Thank you very much. So the communique is hereby adopted. And on that note, may I call up the rapporteur team? Just come and take a bow so that the camera records you.
And you can clap, I mean. We strongly believe in that and we want to put our money where our mouth is, like I said before. We have tailor-made products for every single woman in this room. We want to ensure that before we come back here next year, there'll be testimonies to say, okay, last year we met with the Sterling team and so has happened between now and then. Like I said, we don't want to say so much. We're going to be sitting right there. We'll be approaching every single person in this room. We want to understand what and how you play in the maritime ecosystem and the value chain, and we'll be able to see how we can work together, connect with you, and make magic. Once again, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I'm sure you people can meet with the Sterling Bank, the gender-friendly bank, for this great opportunity. So permit me to invite my co-anchor. We want to recognize the trailblazer, and thereafter I will invite the committee led by our own chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Oma Ofodeli, after the recognition of the trailblazer. Ramat, over to you.
To call on the president of WISTA Nigeria in the person of Dr. Mrs. Odwanyo Ani to just say a word or two before we proceed. Please, ma'am. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She comes up.
Thank you once again for having me. We're rounding up. So if you're tired of seeing my face, you will soon be delivered. But for now, I want to talk about who a female trailblazer is. If Loluk, but before then, she was in ocean service. Loluk, but before then, she was in ocean service and logistics. In regulatory, we have our own informal and logistics. In regulatory, we have our own informal Musoro. In law, we have our in law, we have our own Jinchiaso Anishiri, SAN, and in Anishiri, SAN, and in administration, we have so many. So that I don't offend anyone, I will not mention names. I just want to set the tone for what we are doing. So basically what we are doing, this is not about being a diamond or not being a diamond. You can be a diamond and you are not a trailblazer. We are honoring women who have served in WISTA or who have been a part of our industry, but they are trailblazers. They have paved ways for others. They are like giants on whose shoulders some of us are climbing so that we can see further. At this junction, I'll give the microphone to Ramatu, who will do the honor of calling them, and I'll give the microphone to Ramatu, who will do the honor of calling them, and I'll do the decoration. Thank you.
Thank you, my president. Please, when we call the names of these deserving trailblazers, please let's applaud them. Let's applaud them, because some of us are standing today and in this association today because of them. And I will start by calling our very own Chief Mrs. Jean Chiazo Anishiri, SAN, the Yeye Ataye She of Ibodi Kingdom. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome her upstage to receive this glorious medal of a trailblazer of WISTA Nigeria.
mattress. She na face so, the actress. I say nobody be contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na your show, she na face so, she na waist so.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. We've never had Trailblazer Award. In our
The decoration, thank you.
Thank you, my president. Please, when we call the names of these deserving trailblazers, please let's applaud them. Let's applaud them because some of us are standing today and in this association today because of them. And I will start by calling our very own Chief Mrs. Jean Chiazo Anishere, S.A.N., the Yeye Ataye She of Ibodi Kingdom. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome her upstage to receive.
Cause she get everything where I need in a woman and more. My lady, if you see my lady, oh, it's not no one. You go know say people fine. You go know say God design in a LLA. Oh, na LLA. Oh, she na yanjo, he like mattress. She na face so, he like actress. I say nobody be contest you. Oh, my baby, oh. She na yanjo, she na face so, she na waist so.
Thank you very much. We've never had Trailblazer Award. In our 32 years of existence.
Hey! Come on! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Whoa!
You got a pretty fish.
Fantastic! Whoa! Whoa! The grooving of yesternight is still moving. Whoa! Come on, come on, come on. If you were not at the gala night, you missed a lot. That is the effect of the gala night. Maybe we should have another one today. Fantastic. Beautiful.
Thank you, thank you. Who knows the name we call this woman in WISTA?
International.
Why we call her international?
Because she represented WISTA Nigeria at the international WISTA
so long.
For a very long time.
And she gave a good account of herself.
Yes.
Can we clap for her again? But beyond that, just Google Tosan, Orimato Seson.
Girl, I promise, oh yeah, I promise to always be there. Even when you mess up, yeah, yeah. Now me go still tell you no vex. I go give you respect, you respect me. You say me can give you.
Our Trailblazer is moving. Come, yeah, yeah. Come on. Woo! Yeah! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Yeah! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on! Woo! Hey! Come on! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Come on! If you were not at the gala night, you missed a lot. That is the effect of the gala night. Maybe we should have another one today. Fantastic. Beautiful.
Thank you, thank you.
And, you know, some man just came to me and said, maritime guru. and I looked around. And he said, well, I'm talking to you. Are you not a maritime lawyer? I said, yes. And he said something about, he knows me, he knows Lagos International Maritime Week. And I was speechless. So, it kind of showed that I was, making some progress. But to receive an award like this, that is, no, this is the award. To receive an award that actually marks the fact that you are actually making progress, I think is, beyond wonderful. That's why I was dancing so much, because this is such a blessing. It's such a blessing without words. And I really do wish that, my husband and my son and my daughter were here to see me receiving this. Because it's my birthday today.
Birthday to ya. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Woo!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to me. God bless you. God bless you.
Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes down the stage. Happy birthday, ma. No wonder she danced so well while, receiving her award. Double blessings. I'm going to call on the next on the list in the person of someone very amazing. She's sleek, she's beautiful, she's fashionable, you name it. And she's ever supportive of the WISTA vision and identity. And that person is no other but Chief Mrs. Carol Ufere. Please let's put our hands together for her as she comes up. Our fashionista, the WISTA fashionista. Woo! Come on. Yeah. Hey. Woo. Hey. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. Woo! Yeah.
Somebody tell me, oh, why the fighting? One love can set us free, we just let it be. Take off to a brand new day. Good love is all we
Come on.
need.
Our fashionista.
Never need words.
Woo! Your love is let it be. Woo!
One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive.
One love, keep us together.
Living in a world,
Struggle to stay alive. Woo! Hey! Come on! Come on!
never need words. No, no.
Nauda. Yes, Yara. Where's it? I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. You are in the spirit. Thank you, and thank you. So we have before us another trailblazer. I've told you this is not a Diamonds Award. Diamonds, the award is another category. This category is a category for trailblazers. and we have our criteria in doing it. It is not just because you are a diamond, you automatically become a trailblazer. Auntie Carol, the reason you are getting this award is because of COFA. It's not even because of WISTA. That's the truth. We have looked into your resume, we have looked into what you are doing, and we have found you to be an impactful person in the society and the community, to the extent that you are building a community center for people to come.
Please, that deserves a round of applause, please. She deserves it.
And they are going to be trained to be able to earn a living. If we don't give you, who will give you? We are the one that can say, we have seen what you are doing, and we identify with you, and we want to support you. We want to encourage you. Even when we're not able to give you money, we want to give you honor so that you feel encouraged to continue to do more. So on behalf of WISTA Nigeria, we identify with what you are doing with COFA, and we want to say that you are our trailblazer. Thank you, Auntie. We love you. Let me decorate you, and then you will respond. So it's not about WISTA.
Wow. This has wowed me. Honest. I'm awed by this medal. Having received several awards at different levels, this is an award, a medal I will cherish all my life. To be recognized something that one feels happy about, especially when you know you are doing things that people acknowledge, appreciate, and see the worth in the society. The Committee of Friends for Humanity that she talked about now is an association, an NGO I initiated and co-founded with two of my friends. That association is about 35 years old now. We started when we were still doing school runs. Young women, young married women, having children. That association has lasted this number of years. 33, because we registered it with CAC in 1993, but we informally founded it in 1991. And we have very highly placed women who are members of that association. We are now building a skill acquisition center at Okuaja to help widows, people of need in the society. And we have done so much that we have won Lagos State Award for the impact we have made in charity cases. If I enumerate what we have done, if you Google COFA, you will see the number of things we have done. Even putting a girl child who was a victim of pregnancy that the family pushed away. We had to take her in, train her through school with her small child, then reunited her with her parents after about 5 years. We have helped widows, and presently we are sowing seed with about 15 young women who we had given money to enhance their businesses, and they are doing very, very, very well. Their businesses have grown. We have partnered with Google for digitalization of their business, and right now, those people who have gone through the Google training, if you do Google search engine, you will find their business names there. So they're doing very well. So I will say kudos to COFA. We have come a long way. And my sister, my friend, Chief Jean Chiazo Anishere, has always walked the journey with us. including Mrs. Kanabe.
Always supportive.
Each time we call on these two people from WISTA, Mrs. Barrister.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Wow, fantastic.
You are a saboteur. I report you to Yeye.
Okay. The next on our list is Mrs. Helen Majamite. Please, can we put our hands together for her as she comes up? Mrs. Helen Majamite.
Yeah. You are our trailblazer. We will tell you why when you get here. We did our research.
Please, let's put our hands together for her. Don't stop clapping. She's not yet here. Please, don't stop clapping. Because when you hear what she's doing, you will do more. You clap them all. Please. Hey! Come on. Hey! Come on.
What you want, my jojo? And if you know the girl like the pooch, Oduba, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Oduba, yeah. Joy is coming. Only early the morning. Oduba, yeah.
Come on.
Joy is coming, joy is coming. Oduba, yeah. Joy is coming. Only early the morning. Open never.
Welcome. Yes, Mrs. Majamite. People will not understand. Like I said, we did our research. Like I said again, we are not emotional and we are not partial. We just want to encourage those who are doing well to continue to do more so that others will see that it's good to do good. And when you do it, people are noticing. You think you're in your corner just doing your thing, but people are watching. So we are aware that Mrs. Ellen Majamite, she has a women foundation for mentoring and training undeserved women and youths and widows. She organizes camps for them, trains them, and then she goes on to empower them. That is, she does not only train them, she gives them wherewithal with which to continue. So when that came to our notice, we said, come on, this woman deserves to be honored. Because, I mean, if we don't honor her, who is going to help her tell her stories? When I read her book, I just felt she just loves to write. But I didn't know she was doing such at the corner. So when it came to our knowledge, I said, Mrs. Majamite has to be part of this, and we have to honor her. So on behalf of WISTA Nigeria, for all that you are doing for the youths, for the women, for the training, for the camps, for the empowerment, without making noise. People don't even know. We want to honor you and appreciate you and commend you to please do more. We pray that the resources will not dwindle, more will come your way, and the Lord will preserve you.
Fantastic.
I know when you're doing something that you're passionate about and you are remembered for it, you're like what my sister said, Barrister Tusa. Thank you so much for this recognition. I will continue to work. The story continues. Thank you, sisters. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. We are watching. The world is watching. And God is going to reward you.
The next on our list is no other person than Mrs. Rollins McFoy.
Give up to her.
Mama Seafarers.
Mama Seafarers.
Mama Seafarers.
Mama Seafarers. You had your
music
seafarers.
DJ.
If you're a seafarer here, you better stand up and dance.
Mama
with her.
Seafarers.
If you're a seafarer here, you better stand up and dance with her. I permit you to come on board. Come to the stage. Come and dance with your mama. She's your number one encourager. Seafarers, come and dance with her.
My everything, my woman, I go feel by you anything. My woman, my everything, my woman, I go feel give you anything. My woman, oh, my everything, my woman, oh, my everything. Yeah. Woman, you proper, woman, you straight. Man, I'm proud of your genetic trait. Waiting for you one day.
All her children, all the seafarers.
Come on, dance with your mama. I'm in a lose faith, making you miss all late. Get this one straight. Say I am a rate. No matter how them yet, they can take you any date. Do you anything, anything, anything? On the bed, first thing, any money, medicine. You want me everything, everything, everything. No me woman to me, you mean everything. My woman,
We are waiting for you. My everything. You are here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give you the microphone. That's my vice president. She's a seafarer. She's more qualified to talk about Mrs. McFoy than me. So you are talking about her.
All right, thank you for the privilege, ma. Mrs. McFoy is a great woman. Although I've not worked directly under her, but there was a day I called her. When after reading about her profile and what she does for seafarers, I had to call her to I need your advice for the next stage of my life. She told me what to do and how to go about it and all that. She's very supportive of seafarers. In fact, there was a day she was on the panel and they gave her opportunity to speak on what she's been doing. She goes out, apart from even seafarers, even people who are not seafarers, this woman picked them up, trained them. I don't know how many people is in her house. When she was telling me the number of people that are staying in her house, I'm like, how are you doing it? So it's not only seafarers. She is all-encompassing. She's very empathic, very passionate about growth. She wants, wherever she sees you, she's not going to leave you where you are. She wants to see you growing. Depending on what you want to do, she's empowerment on her own. She will empower you, she will encourage you, she will support you. And ma, this is an opportunity and a privilege for me to say thank you on behalf of the seafarers. We are grateful for what you are doing, and in fact, I was sitting there, I was getting motivated. Please don't stop doing it. You are encouraging us. And by the special, like our president said, it's God that rewards. Some things that you do in private, people are not seeing, God sees. And he's the rewarder of those who diligently seek him. And I trust God that God will reward you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are grateful. God bless you. Thank you.
Sorry, everyone. It looks like we're taking time, but we're almost rounding up. You see, this is very important to us. It's very, very important to us. You know, I mean, there's always the icing on the cake. For us, this is the icing on the cake. And it would not have been a good thing for us to have this huge conference and not recognize these people. Because we've had it at the back of our mind, but we're looking for the right opportunity to do it. And this opportunity has presented itself. And you know what? These are ladies who have been they've been there. Yesterday, even though she's the head of protocol at this conference, she was called to the Day of the Seafarer as a panelist. She spoke there yesterday. That is how much our work is recognized. And you can hear from the horse's mouth, I mean, the people who benefited, the direct beneficiaries of what she's doing for the seafarers, they have spoken. So, Mrs. McFoy, on behalf of WISTA Nigeria, we honor you, we appreciate you, and we say thank you for what you are doing for the industry. God bless you.
A round of applause, please. Let's appreciate her once more. DJ.
Baby, right now, originally no be China, oh no be China. From today,
Thank you.
I want the day where you day.
Thank you, my president. I'm very grateful. Thank you, WISTA. I didn't see it coming. She's my Ejile, but she never put me into this. Faith Hope, you have been sleeping with me for how many? And nobody told me. But I'm just so excited. Sometimes when you do things, it looks as if it's not recognized, but like one day
you don't know that people are watching. I will not change because what is in my heart is to give. And to give what you can use to become something. Like I'll tell them, I don't give money. I give trainings. I give encouragement and all that. I have picked a boy that sleeps on my street. He sleeps inside Kekemawa. I found out that he's very good with his hand. And I said, come. Took him to oceanography. He graduated as an engineer. Today he's a third engineer on board a vessel. So many. So many. There are more than 50 who have been on this since I started about 10 years ago. I can't count. And then the other ones. So many of them were recognized by NIMASA yesterday. NIMASA gave them plaques and award yesterday. Thank you, my president. God bless you. Thank you, WISTA. Thank you.
The next on our list is no other person than, with the slogan, catch them young. Our own honorable, Olaito Williams. Come on. Yeah. Hey.
Mama, catch them young.
Mama ain't Betty.
Mama ain't Betty.
Mama catch them from primary and secondary school and show them how to be seafarer. And tell them how to have the opportunity to Mama catch them young. Come on.
But I'll be alright. Forever. On my laptop. On my keto. On my sheet on. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go. I be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put her body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down. When I see you now, I've on the phone, calling you tonight. I want me to.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is the idea. If you know about it, then what's the fun? If you could guess that you get the award, it just means that you have already glorified yourself. Yes. But if you do not think that it mattered that much, then you know that you are doing well when people talk about it. I'll tell you about this woman, not because she's my friend, but because of what she's doing. Like I said, we're not emotional about it. It's not about who is my friend and who is my enemy. As a matter of fact, I do not have enemies. But this woman is one human being who has gone beyond School of Oceanography, who has gone beyond Manhoro, who has gone beyond School of Fisheries, has gone as far as the primary and secondary school level to go and be teaching and training students on how to be seafarer. At her own course, she has taken children as far as Tema, Ghana. Yes. She has exposed them. And she keeps doing it, and she keeps doing it, and she keeps doing it. Because of time, we will not be able to start saying she did this, she did this. But everybody knows that her nickname is Mama Catch Them. So for what you are doing for the maritime industry in Nigeria, because we know that we have a dearth of maritime professionals, especially those who are seafarers in Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians don't know the opportunities that is available in the maritime industry. All they know is they want to be an engineer, they want to be doctors, they want to be lawyers. They don't even know that we have people like my vice president, Captain Eddie Diong, who went to Manoro and thereafter went abroad and became a seafarer and became a captain of a ship. They don't even know you can be a naval architect. I have a son who is here and is studying to be an engineer. He just came back from India. He's on the NSPPD program. But before I came to NIMASA, before the NSPPD program and before I started moving with them,
I didn't even know. He was in Unilag, I pulled him out. And I said, you are going to the Maritime University. And he went to the Maritime University. They are back. They are waiting to go on board so that I can go for sea time. But it's because of people like Honorable Lighton here that I got to know about that. And so many people. And I'll tell you, she, by herself, because of her connection with us in Nimasa, she has sponsored 5 students. Nimasa paid for them, but she recommended them to Nimasa. They are all graduates of the NSPPD program. Madam Aisha, you are here. You bear me witness. Stand up, ma. She used to be in charge of the NSPPD program. You agree that we've been sponsoring students recommended by her. Nimasa has been paying for them. And she has given, they said, teach me how to fish. Don't give me a fish. She has given those kids, some of them, the last Lagos Leadership Conference where I am part of the organizers that we had, she brought over 300 secondary school students. But she also brought those students and we showcased them. And the convener was so happy to see that she was doing this. So without anybody telling me, I knew when we were going to do the Trailblazers Award, Honorable Lighton's name has to be there. So you are not getting it because you are undeserving. You are getting it because you are very, very deserving of it, and we honor you. So on behalf of WISTA Nigeria, for all that you are doing for the youths, and of course, I need Betty.
Good afternoon, everybody seated here. I never dreamt of this. All the cool plotters, thank you very much. I'm so grateful. And I know that my yeye is the chief cool plotter. Thank you very much, my yeye. Don't worry. She did it for me this week. She has done it before. I know her, my president, and every other person. I'm humbled. Because you see, when you do things, when you have passion, it's different from when you do business. My business is chandling and special projects. But in the last 9 years, I come from a coastal community called Eyigbeti. But when I was growing up, we never saw role models. But we used to see seafarers come into the neighborhood, but we didn't know who they were until when I got into the maritime industry. So I decided to plow back, that what I didn't know then, let me give it to the upcoming generation. Some parents said, no, what have we given to our children that they don't want to become a doctor again? I said, even in maritime, we even have so many areas. We have the hyperbaric doctors, even beyond them saying on-board vessel, and so many opportunities. Yeah, okay, I want to be a hairdresser. Even we can get it on board vessel. I want to be a nurse. You can get it on board vessel. So I always tell them, whatever career you have on land, you have on board vessel. So just come on board, especially the girl child. The gender deficit is what we're trying to close, and I'm sure we'll get there. Thank you, everybody. My president, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she goes down the stage. Thank you very much. The next on our list is no other person than Barrister Mrs. Gloria Canabe.
Headmistress.
Let's put our hands together for her as she steps up.
Headmistress.
Come on, DJ.
Headmistress.
Headmistress is on the way.
Make we sweat in this place tonight.
Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Dance and sweat like in a fight. We must settle this thing tonight. Come, let us catch some feelings for night. And if you tell me, say no,
wait for the headmistress of
Headmistress. Do like hello.
Headmistress. Encourage her. One in a million. Our own. Very own.
Because of you, I got to
Gloria Canabe. Yeah.
do me for body, oh. All over, all over. I make we spend this money, oh. All over, all over. Now because of you, I get to goosebumps. This feeling got me falling. Get out of something they do me for body, oh. I make we spend this money, oh. This one I Gilly and Romeo. Original Bungalow say no me when you make back shop. Love me tender, love me tender.
Dear Father in heaven, about time to take over.
Congratulations to our very own. Our very own Barrister Gloria Cannabis. She's always supportive of any WISTA gathering, no matter how little, wherever it's been held. From her purse, even as a retiree, she doesn't look back. She supports the WISTA vision and identity. We celebrate
me to say
you,
the rest. Allow me. Auntie Cannabis, please move to the middle. You see, Auntie Cannabis is the type that when we were Auntie Tosan, you remember when we were Lateran with Pastor Tunde Bakari? He will say to us, you may not like my face, but you cannot ignore me. She's the definition of that. You know why we call her headmistress? We used to think Auntie Jean was hot, but Mrs. Cannabis is a tarodo with Josie. But behind all of that is a sweet, wonderful, supportive woman. Mrs. Cannabis, of all the women in Western Nigeria, you are the most supportive. We are not patronizing you. You know me and you, we just finished our fight. But it did not stop me from preparing a Trailblazer award for you. In short, it's Auntie Tony that just settled the fight at the back there. But her name has always been there. Because I didn't just put it. I said I may not like her sometimes because sometimes she's very overbearing. But she's such a sweet soul. If we start talking, we will say things we should not say because some of them are personal. So we're going to honor and dignify everything by not opening our mouths too wide. But Auntie Cannabis, let me tell you, we all love you from our hearts. We love the fact that there is nothing in this world. No matter you are very forgiving. Even though you go talk, you go abuse the person. You go send them 1,000 words on social media and inside their WhatsApp and abuse the hell out of the person. Forgive me. Then she will forgive the person. Yes. Then if you are doing something, she will be the first. I've not seen any events that I did that anybody, except for once when Mrs. Folorunsho got there before Auntie Cannabis. Auntie Cannabis is always the first in front. And she spends her time and her energy. And she's one person, when we say supportive, she supports from her heart. And we just felt we needed one person in WISTA that we can point to, who is an all-rounder. She cuts across the youth and across the diamonds. You know, some of the diamonds, they carry their nose like this, like me. All these young ones can't talk to them. Auntie Enyiko. Sorry, Emma Binu. So you can't approach them. They are so unapproachable. Then some of the younger ones, they feel they are too cool, too fine, or even too educated to mix with people, so they do like this. But somehow, the ones who are doing like this, and the one who is carrying nose, all of them, they relate with this woman. When we wanted to do 30th anniversary, I said, who are we going to make chairman? They said you need someone that can relate with the old and the young. You are agency president. So you need someone that can talk to the diamonds. Who we cut across, and then we made her the chairperson. And she was able to cross across.
Fantastic.
So on behalf of every one of us from Western Nigeria, Auntie, we want to honor you. You are our trailblazer for how a genuine leader within our association should be. And because of that, we are honoring you today. And see, you should learn from her. You should learn from her. Be forgiving. The Bible says we should be angry. We should not allow the sun to set upon our anger. So she's an epitome of forgiveness. I honor you, Auntie, and I love you. I will allow you to talk after the pictures.
have said it all. I discovered my ministry when I became a very strong Christian. I realized that all of us are same. The only difference between you and I is status. The only difference between you and I, we all look the same. Psychologically the same, physically the same. And when I discovered this ministry, I decided to pursue it. In the church, I'm like that. In the family, I'm like that. And any society I am, I don't use and dump. I can't try it. I don't do it. I try to follow the precepts according to what is written. I don't have an NGO. My NGO is everybody. Everyone is my NGO. I like building lives, building bridges. I like making people happy. Because what you put into someone's hands is what God brings back to you. It's a natural law.
Very correct.
I want to thank God for this association. When I joined WISTA, when Fajemi Rokun was president, I didn't have time because I had a job and I was a young widow. I had to look after 3 children. So I said to myself, the expatriate told me, which one will you pursue? Your judge or your meeting? And I decided to concentrate on my job. But when I left work, I want to thank Jean. Jean has always been my sister and friend. She reminded me I should come back. At that time, we used to join WISTA with $100. I want to thank God. I want to thank God for everyone I have met here. You have all been very good. You've been nice. Some don't like me, but it doesn't matter because God has no PA.
Hey, word! Woo! Word!
He has no PA, so he's not going to consult you before he bless me and vice versa.
Hey, word!
You are the one that have homework, Abi. So I want to thank Annie. Annie and I came together after the last administration. It was tough for me, but I maintained my stand. Never take sides. Never take sides. The one who's bad to you today could be your helper tomorrow. And that's my philosophy. It has worked for me. I have been so blessed. Not in WISTA, but out there. But because I know the seeds I sow every day germinates. I left my paid work when I was not prepared. And a verse came to my mind. It says, except the seed falls and dies, it will never bear fruit. You agree with me? I want to enjoin everybody here. Be nice to people. Be kind. Be available. Ada lost her husband. He was in Festac. I heard that Festac roads are bad. I was going to be discouraged. I said, well, if she had been my sister, wouldn't I go? Benjamin had son's wedding in Alakuko. I don't know the place. I called driver. I said, we will use GPS. GPS. Because when some... No, not you. Benjamin. You know, sometimes we don't know what the seed that we sow that will bless us. I look at people. She said something about people who are haughty. One of the diamonds, very haughty. One day I walked up to her. I said, do you know your husband and my brother were classmates in Ife? And before you married your husband was coming to our house. She was stoned. I said, go and ask your brother that you met XYZ. I'm a Lagosian by birth, but I'm from Edo. I have so many followers, people. I love people. I love women. I love women. I love women because we are strong. We are very resilient. Don't let today discourage you. Tomorrow will be brighter. Thank you very much, and God bless you. I want to thank Jean. I want to thank Funke Agbo. I can't forget these 2 people. Funke and Jean, they impacted my lives. I don't care what you say about me, please. Don't worry yourself, because I'm like Kilo Yorubatin Sotoba Damisaraja Kilo Mache. God bless you all.
Thank you, congratulations. Just one more award and we're done. The lunch is being served. So if it's the turn of your table, go and eat so that we can save time. So one more award and we're done here.
Finally, on the Trailblazer category, I'd like to call on no other but Ambassador Tony Ogubambi. Music! Hey, come on! Hey, come on! Yeah! Woo! Our mama in the house. Give it up! Give it up! Give it up! Hey!
Father in heaven, about time to take over. You don't tell I trouble you. Down to Lucifer. I know the follow pastor, they be for mom. Father na father. See me, I don't busy my call. I won't focus on you, on God. I only any to my way. Any to my way. So go low my Barnabas. I only any to my way. Any to my way. So go low my. I get sense, I get good. I come first, I don't bust. Plenty talk, plenty noise, plenty people don't go report. I get sense, I get good. I come first, I don't bust. Plenty talk, plenty noise, plenty people don't go report.
Thank you, everyone. Auntie Tony, please come to the front. I'm allowed to call you Auntie Tony today. She's an ambassador. She's the last in the list, but we have some others that are not here. And this award is not an award we will give in absentia. If you are not here, we will not bring it to your house, and we will not bring it to your office. We will wait till the next time that we are gathered like this, and we will bring it out. So that is to give it we want to maintain a quality and a standard that will make it to be revered and not be seen as any other award. So I want to talk a little about Ambassador Tony Ogubambi. Ambassador Tony Ogubambi is not just anybody. She's one of those people, when you talk of the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. But she's super humble. She's very giving. She is an epitome of humility with achievement. And then in her corner, she keeps supporting, keeps giving, keeps supporting, keeps giving. And sometimes even when it's not convenient, she gives and she gives and she gives. Like I said, we will not talk about everything because we don't want when some people leave here, people will start writing to them, I want to pay school fees. My Pekin, in leg, do something, water don't pour. So that is why we will not talk too much. But these are people who are lifting others every day, helping people, just making sure that somebody has food on their table, making sure that a young girl or a young boy who has capacity but does not have the wherewithal is able to get that capacity, is able to get the education or the training, including drivers. So Auntie Toyin, there's a lot we learned about you. There's a lot we heard, but you know some things are not meant for the stage so that we don't expose you unnecessarily. But know that we are watching, we know what you are doing, and we honor you. We want you to continue. We pray the Lord will preserve you in good health. He will perfect all that concerns you. He will continue to provide for you. Wherever you're bringing the resources from, that you're doing what you are doing at the back, that people don't see or don't know about, that source will never dry up. So on behalf of WISTA Nigeria and those unsung heroes that you are supporting, we honor you. We thank you for your support for WISTA Nigeria and for us and for those people. Congratulations.
I humbly stand on the existing protocols. I am still shivering, and all I can say is thank you. Thank you. thank you, my dear sister and our amiable president. I thank you, madam. Thank you. And I thank you, WISTA, Diamonds, and members. I am indeed grateful. You have humbled me today. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless me too. Amen.
So thank you, everyone. Bon appetit. After food, we are going for the excursion. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having us. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for clapping for the awardees. May your day of award come too. Insha Allah, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, my president. Please can we put our hands together for our very own president in the person of Dr. Mrs. Oduayo Annie. Thank you, ma, for the wonderful surprise you gave our blazers today. But that is not all. We need to acknowledge someone and recognize somebody. And I would like to call on our very own Chief Mrs. Jean Chiazo Anishere to give this award. There's somebody we need to appreciate. We need to, in fact, I wish that people could just hold on for 1 minute, if the servers can just hold on for 1 minute, because we need to appreciate this person. She is an impactful leader. She also knows how to close the breach between the young generation and the older generation. I would like to call on our very own Yeye Atayeshi of Ibodi Kingdom to present this medal to our very own president in the person of Dr. Mrs. Oduayo Annie. Let's put our hands together for her. Woo! We need some people to come up stage to celebrate her. We need some people to come up stage to celebrate our president. She cannot just receive this award alone. All trailblazers, from the order of our very own Yeye, she says come up stage and celebrate our president. Deborah Emma Woja is carrying plates. Come up stage. Come up stage. Moluke Akimola, I can see. Come up stage. All WISTAs and WISTA. Our own DG is working majestically. DG, come up stage and celebrate our president, Dr. Oduayo Annie. Yes, so our own queen. We need you to come up stage. Yes, so she deserves it. She deserves it. No WISTA member should be sitting down eating. This is not the time. Please come up stage and celebrate our own. She has added color to WISTA Nigeria. She deserves it. Every WISTA member, drop your plate, leave the line. Come up stage and celebrate your own so that you can be celebrated tomorrow. And if you are a lover of Dr. Mrs. Oduayo Annie, come up stage. The stage is wide enough. It's wide enough. You can accommodate all, even those outside the hall. Come up stage. Yes, so that's the spirit. That's the spirit.
To dance. We're going to do a dancing competition for our president. Now, what are we calling her? A trip, okay. All right. How do we describe this lady? It's like, how do you catch a butterfly? With many beautiful colors. Someone said we describe her as a phenomenal woman. But Dr. Odunayo Ani, the president of WISTA Nigeria, is not only a phenomenal lady, she's a lady with a large heart. She's beautiful inside and outside. And she never stops amazing me. And so I'm sure all of us who have just recently been decorated as trailblazers and those who are aspiring to become trailblazers of WISTA Nigeria will agree with me that our very own Dr. Odunayo Ani, with all the FSCs, FFS, I remember what? I remember that video clip, deserves to be awarded as the super trailblazer of WISTA Nigeria. And on behalf of WISTA Nigeria, the executives, Executive Council of WISTA Nigeria, the trustees of WISTA Nigeria, the Diamonds, and now the Trailblazers, it gives me great honor and pleasure to decorate our very own President of WISTA Nigeria, Dr. Odunayo Ani, as the super trailblazer of WISTA Nigeria. Congratulations. Music. Okay, break. The president wants to say a word. DJ, you want to be paid? Stop. DJ, if you want us to pay your balance, stop the music now. Stop the music now if you want your balance. The super trailblazer has a word for us. Thank you.
Oh, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my diamonds. Thank you, members of WISTA Nigeria. Thank you to all those who have supported us. Thank you, our guests. Thank you for everyone, to everyone who is here up here. I can see a lot of my colleagues from NIMASA. I honor you all. My members, I honor you. ESCO members, thank you. I have a lot of mentees around as well. To all my mentees, I love you. Thank you and thank you. God bless you all.
Music.
What happened? It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Come on. I'ma get that sorrow. Telling me why I know I've traveled all around the world to chill. I've never seen a girl like this before. They killing me slow. And the dance they do too sweet. Gotta go Tobado, sexy lady Tobado. This kind of dance they do as on to. Say which kind of dance yeah you they do for me as on to. Ha, see, say which kind of dance yeah you they do. Say this kind of dance they do like say you they juju. Say this kind of dance they do like say you they make me mad. Oh. Say this kind of dance they do like say you they make me crazy. Oh, Victor, say baby which kind of dance they do as on to. Say this kind of dance they do for make me crazy as on to. Say this kind of dance they do they make man crazy as on to. Say this kind of dance they do too sweet for man as on to. Ha, say baby dance yo kejijo. Ha, kejijo baby dance yo kejijo. Ha, kejijo. Oh yeah dance yo kejijo. Ha, kejijo baby dance yo kejijo. Ha, kejijo. Hey, on to the verse 2 and the time is 2:15. Say the girl say make we go 10-2. She dey ask if I go chop banku. I go chop banku. Mommy say I go chop banku. With the way you dey do your sexy wine, why I no go chop banku?
We want to appreciate somebody. She did not sleep concerning this program. She worked day and night putting people and everything together to make sure that we have a successful program. I was sitting at the back and somebody was saying, this is, in fact, the committee, this is the best. They've never had something as wonderful like this. And I want us to put our hands together as I call on the chairperson of the planning committee of the 8th WISTA Africa Regional Conference 2026 in the person of Dr. Ama Afodele. Let's put our hands together for her. Let's put our hands together for her. She comes up. Music, DJ.
Move your body out on the floor. Put your troubles aside. Start living. Anybody can let go. Throw away all your problems. 'Cause right now it's party time. Don't feel out of place. 'Cause I'm in love with this feeling now. I hope that this will last a while. We should make it last a while. You love to drink, so do we. Get more bottles, bring them to me.
Cool and calculated. Committee members, please step aside. You will have your time, but allow Dr. Omar to enjoy her time. Dr. Omar, can you move there a little? You will not talk.
Committee members, just be on standby. You'll be called soon.
We'll call you. I don't have much to say, but I'll say something. Just like everybody has noticed, or they have confirmed and affirmed, that this conference...
This is working, yes.
That this conference is one of the best that they have attended, that we had organized. It didn't come having over 20 speakers and so many moderators and having an event for 2 days back to back without meeting an empty hall the next day, including us being here till 11 yesterday, is not a walk in the park. When we were thinking of who to make the chairman of this big committee, but we didn't want an expanded committee. We didn't want it to be too big. And we wanted someone that is cerebral enough to deliver the kind of message that we would like to pass. I called someone, I said, who do you think? Don't tell me, just go and pray. Then I went and prayed. After I prayed, I penciled down her name. Then I called the person, and I said, who are you thinking? He said, that woman will come teach us one time for your office. What will be her name? That tall woman for Nimasa. I refused to say the name because I wanted to be sure I had right. You know, sometimes you have to hear right. She said, make I check her name, make I check her name. Then she said, go call you back. Then she come and said, her name Naoma, her name Naoma. I said, thank you, Holy Spirit. You are one and the same. So, Dr. Omar, you were chosen by the Holy Spirit, and you more than delivered. If there was a word to say 1001%, you did it. And on behalf of everyone seated in this hall, including those who are not here, who have been commending this, I want to say that without you, this won't have been. So on behalf of all of us, I want to present this pillow to you so that each time you look at it, you see the 8th WISTA African Regional Conference, you will know that you did something and God supported you. So thank you very much. We honor you and we appreciate you. Can we clap for her, please? She's the chairman planning committee. I know you are eating, but please clap now. One moment. Clap now. This is the woman that God used to put this together. And we appreciate her. It hasn't come without the challenges, but she was able to surmount all of them. You know it is to lead women. As a woman leader, you will know that to lead women, not be my mind. Not be my mind. To lead women. Hey. Okay, I'm a woman, I know. Others are women, they know. So to now lead all of us, and we have achieved this, and there is no rancor. You have not heard that people are boxing themselves. Can we clap? Woo! Because we will not
Please,
always
let's
agree.
put our hands together.
So, Dr. Omar, we honor you. You say a little word, and then we now appreciate you.
Thank you. I mean, I have a lot to say, but I'll still say a little. The president has showered me with so much wonderful words, but I must say that I didn't do it without her. She was, in fact, I asked her, where do you get your strength from? She's so intelligent, She's so wise. And I don't know how at times, how do you manage these women? I asked her so many times. And so the only thing I can say is that it all ended in praise. Woo! In praise of who?
God.
The Almighty God. I didn't know they were planning this. When they called me, maybe as she was praying, I was praying. Because I'm a very reserved person. And to come and lead women in this, I was wondering how would I do that. I've been in WISTA since 2003, but I've not been an active member. So most of them I don't even know. Only very few I know. And so as we were having our meetings, I couldn't even tell who I was speaking with because it was all virtual meetings from beginning to end. But one thing I must say is I think God gave me the courage to pick it up. One, I didn't lobby for it. Two, I didn't know it was coming. And so if they called me up from nowhere, I'm not social. They don't see me in their gatherings dancing. So if I just came up like that, then it was just God that wanted me to do it. And I brought out everything in me, both prayers and otherwise, to ensure that this came out well. And I'm really grateful. I didn't do it alone. I cannot take this glory alone. And I'm happy they are all here.
Committee members.
I cannot continue if I don't have these men. Because when we started, I had to say something must be done. If I dive into these women of high intelligence, varied opinion about things, and, icons, I don't know who will come down for the other's idea to hold. So it will be a lot of numerous, back and forth. I said, no, I know what to do. I set up a technical team and I set up a general strong team. This technical team was made up of people that were not WISTA members. And the men who are somewhere. Bello, what are you doing there? Deji,
Committee
Sam.
members. Technical. He for she technical. Where are they?
Front.
The he for she technical team members.
Yes, please. Bello, come. I'm taking the story bit by bit. No. Bello, please come. These four were the people behind the scene. They are the technical team that started it. But I knew that because they were not WISTA, they did not know anyone. We needed to do something. Vivian, come. Theo, please, forward. Bilkis, forward. I put these women support. Whilst, when you have a big forest to clear, you first of all have to strategize. How do I start? Where do I start from? And how would it end? So this is the team that cleared the forest. And then when we could see the end of the forest from the other end, I started streaming them in and tagging them along with these wonderful women. Because we had subcommittees, secretariat, this, and they all had their heads. And I called Mrs. McFoy, the head of the protocol. I called Theo again, the head of secretariat. I called Vivian, the head of ICT. I called Madam Faith Hope under the protocol. So many. Please, if I don't call your name, forgive me. I just want people to understand how this master plan was made and executed to yield this wonderful result. Yesterday, I was so overwhelmed to see the caliber of guests that graced this occasion. It didn't come just like that. It came with serious strategic planning. And God touched all of them. In fact, when I saw Omashe, she said, come, come, come. Where is that woman that was always calling me? I said, look at her. He said, this woman was on my case. On my case, I had to buy my ticket. I wasn't worried and flew down. Then, what's his name? The other DG. So many of them, they came to honor us. It is the work of this team. We strategically reached out to them and to form the team for this project. We didn't want it to be a common team where you go and you keep speaking of the same thing over and over again. And in all their intellectual capacity, they brought ideas, and we pieces this team together to bring the team we have today. And what is that team?
Policy to implementation. Women delivering. Yeah.
From policy to progress. And so it formed the basis of this conversation. And I'm sure that you all must attest that this particular conference came with a difference. We also considered the fact that we are inviting international community. And then we also put that into thought. So many things, but it's been a very beautiful, dramatic experience. But like I said, it all ended in praise. My president, you're a great woman. You are a great and a blessed and a favored woman. I appreciate you deeply. And honestly, I appreciate everyone here. We couldn't have done it alone. No one person could have done it alone. It was a great team work. A great teamwork. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. I appreciate you all. God bless you.
MC, where's MC?
Thank you, thank you. Please let's put our hands together for them again to appreciate their expertise in giving us a wonderful conference. At this point, I would like to call on my co-MC in the person of Mr. Chesson.
DJ, 1 minute. Thank you very much. Lunch is actually being served. On behalf of the WISTA president, I want to sincerely appreciate every one of us, WISTA Nigeria, our international delegates, for being part of this 8th WISTA Regional Conference. We appreciate all every one of us. To perfect it, let me invite our Vice President, WISTA Nigeria, Captain Edidon, to please do the vote of thanks. And after that, please, the tour show is still happening to go to the Apapa Dockyard and the rest. And we wish everybody journey mercy back to your destination. You want to do it there? So please, can you celebrate my vice president as you don't need to clap, you are eating. Do that thing as we do it. You don't need to clap. When I ask you to clap, do that. That's what it is. Also use your spoon. I don't want to be rude asking you to clap when you are eating. So when we say clap and you are eating, use your spoon to eat the plate. If the plates break, SAN is here. Now I will commit. I will just call SAN.
Thank you very much. On behalf of WISTA Nigeria, on behalf of the president, our diamonds, our lovely and dear diamonds who have been so patient with us to stay with us till this moment, we just want to appreciate each and every one of you that have come from far and wide, our Cameroonians, our Ghanaians, the Brazil.
I think we're going to join the two together so that they're just near each other. Then to our guests who would like to visit the Oba's palace, the Oba is waiting for you. You saw them in their regal yesterday. They were very regal in their royalty. They want to give us a royal welcome. And so some of us will be going there. So if you are going to be going there, you stay on this side of the divide. Once we've done, the Oba's senior special assistant is around. She's been waiting. She wants to lead us. But we wanted you to have lunch. So once we are done with lunch, we will go with her to visit the Oba. And thereafter, those who are traveling tonight, arrangements are being made for their transportation and security to the airport. Thank you, everyone. DJ MC Easy, on behalf of myself, my ESCO members, and of course my Diamonds and members, and everyone here, we want to thank you and Ramatu for being our MC for the past 2 days. 3 days, actually. You have given a good account of yourself. I do not regret having you here. I've known you for years. I know you always deliver. And when it was time to look for an MC, knowing the kind of conference we were having, I didn't think twice before your name came up. And I said, I have someone. And you have given a good account of yourself. So thank you very much. On a personal note, permit me to thank my Iyale. I don't know what they call it in English. But Iyale is Iyale, my di mama. Is that what they call it? Yes, my senior co-wife, Dr. Mrs. Funke Ani, who has been a panelist. It's not like we are paying them anything. We didn't give any honorarium, but she's been here to support. I mean, sometimes, always you need the support of family. So, Auntie Funke, I love you, I honor you, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. To my personal staff, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, my personal staff, my PAs, Benga, Makati, Semai, every one of you, beloved, yes. All of you have been very wonderful. I love you, I honor you. To our technical crew, DJ, thank you. G-Tech, thank you, thank you. We didn't have one malfunction. And I'm just proud of you, G-Tech. You keep going from strength to strength. We used you during 30th anniversary. And this time around, you even delivered much more. So thank you for the support. To Eco Hotel, our caterers, our hosts, thank you for the sumptuous meals. Thank you because nobody has started going to toilet. And thank you for the services that you have rendered. To the decorators, Oak decorators, thank you for how you were able to turn this place from being an event hall to a disco hall last night. And we had so much fun. So we appreciate you. Thank you very much. To everyone, thank you all. God bless you. See you next year or when next we decide to host a conference. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Please, for the tour, Bali case, I will require your attention so that you can guide those that will go with the vehicles and the like. I yield the floor to you, DJ Rashi. Blast the roof and let it blow boom.
All right.